What's happening? Benton here. Thank you so much for joining me. I see Freedom Grower, aka Dick, is live. I certainly would have preferred to wait for him to be finished. However, as some of you may know, I frequently schedule these live streams hours ahead, and then it's like, hey man, once it's time to stream, it's time to stream. So I end up going early, but we tried to wait. Apologies to Dick if we're stepping on his toes. I happened to tune in, though. It's partially his fault. Some of what he was saying annoyed me, but just about everything that I encounter annoys me on some levels. So I certainly hope that Dick won't take that personally, that I said that some of his comments were annoying me. I think we may do a little stream sniping, actually. Give me a moment to check in with the chat. I saw that Rob Cleveland was here. Always good to see Mr. Cleveland. Young Jim as well. Good to see you, sir. Mellow, wishing me grand risings. Good morning, as it were. You're not supposed to say good morning because it's like something to do with our plight here in the realm. I think that's some of what Dick was talking about too. And the main thing, as I just caught bits and pieces of Freedom Growers' comments, the main thing I'm thinking about is that it seems to me like human beings respond to this idea of hope. And I think for a human, I think hope is something that is certainly real to us and it exists. Does it exist within each one of us? Is that part of the collective, the so-called collective unconscious or the collective conscious? What do you think? It seems to me like human beings have such a they so strongly respond to the idea of hope. And we saw this famously, encapsulated in Obama's, run for president, the hope and change, as a slogan or a sales pitch. Hope is as hollow as fear, the Tao says. I like that. Interesting. About time for me to go back and read the Tao. I believe need to revisit some of these writings. Oh, by the way, as the haze lifts, yes, first day off of the gas station cannabinoids. I guess sometime this afternoon or this evening, it'll be 24 hours. A little bit of cravings, nothing too crazy. I will say overall, probably not the best thing for the stream here, the channel. However long that was, a week and a half, 2 weeks of fairly serious gas station vape pen cannabinoid, synthetic cannabinoid intoxication. I did enjoy it, I must say, but looking back on it, not really sure. I think maybe might have been better off without it. It's a bit of a haze the last week and a half or so. I know there were some momentum. There were some momentous occasions here on the live stream. You know, quite a few things went down. So we work hope into faith. That's interesting. Not quite sure what you mean, Ginger Ridge, but I'm a little salty today, so I'm trying to ease into things and not jump down anybody's throat. But that's one of the things that's been annoying me, especially uh, since the pandemic. You know, the events of the last several years. It's really, you know, my hypervigilance and my focus really got directed towards assessing just exactly what these people are about. You know, this just your average person that is out and about. You know, when you go out in public. But then again, if you just happen to see me going along to get along, you might mistake me for one of them, right? So sometimes when I'm in public, I'm mistaking, you know, one of these you know, so-called normies. Does that even mean anything anymore, by the way? One of these so-called NPCs. Um, and something I'd forgotten about with respect to NPCs, something I was talking about during the podcast back in the old nightmaredystopia.com podcast days, was this idea of, well, I never got past the N and the P in NPC because to me, these people don't have personalities. They most of the, I would say 85% of the masses are LARPing as if they have a discrete personality. And it's my contention and assertion that they effectively do not have a discrete personality of their own. That's obviously debatable. But you know, that's where I weigh in on the N and the P in the NPC. And I do think, you know, those of us, this loosely affiliated group of content creators that do live streams, especially as, you know, I really did enjoy my long haul trucking. I really liked being able to take advantage of the dead air, you know, the meditative dead air, as it were, of the, you know, the overnight, the early morning, right? In which much of the audience, unlike myself, had, you know, stayed up all night, a lot of night owls, and then but then also some early folks, a few people who are early risers as well. And you know, I think that was working out for me. So adjusting to this, you know, trying to go live 8 a.m., 8:30, 9 a.m. Certainly not in my wheelhouse, I would say. But then again, as I've talked about before, this is the Benton School of Broadcasting, or you know, and that is tongue in cheek. It doesn't have to be the Benton School of Broadcasting, but I've said that it seems like some of us are going to broadcasting school. We're attending broadcasting school together here in the metaverse. Um, and I just realized I went down several different tangents simultaneously, as I'm wont to do. Good to see everybody today. We're holding single digits, nice. And that's something else I've been working with in my cannabis and synthetic cannabinoid induced haze is you know, how I'm the size of the audience versus, you know, sometimes I think I get into a little bit too much of a me trying to placate to what I think the audience wants to hear. Um, and then, you know, with the running off of JG, you know, JG certainly provided something of a I don't want to say moral compass necessarily, but I think you guys know what I mean. Something about the authenticity and the you know, integrity in general, the general tone, the general tone of the channel. I think there was some healthy tone policing, and then I think about QE, quantum epic, quantitative easing, a user who's around a lot of these live streams. Oh, the loosely affiliated group of streamers. Yeah, at some point we might want to, whoever that is, might want to try to figure out, maybe some of these streams should be combined. Maybe I would have been happy to hang out over with Dick and just kind of, ride shotgun for the end of his broadcast into the start of this broadcast. I think there's definitely more, there's potential for, teaming up and working together. But then when I juxtapose that with the social isolation that we've all, been encountering probably, most of our entire lives, right? And it just gets more and more and more socially isolated, many of us. It seems like we're just sort of, a lot of us are just kind of used to doing our own thing versus saying, okay, well, I'm, planning to do a live stream in the morning time. Who else, out there might potentially, because I don't know that Dick does one daily, but it seems like he's been doing regular live streaming for quite a while. And I don't feel any like ownership, I don't feel like, oh, this person, it's my time slot, because it's certainly not. And even when I was going live, at 1 a.m., I didn't feel any, particular ownership of that time slot either. Although hopefully I'm wanting to get a little bit more pre-recorded content that's actually decent. I've been, I try not to use my health as an excuse, but I certainly haven't been feeling well. And that's persisted into today as well. And one thing about this live streaming, whatever this is, this interacting, it certainly benefits me as far as, especially now that I'm temporarily not employed, you know, this helps me to actually kind of get myself in gear to some extent. I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but there seems to be a bit of a maybe like a healing effect, dare I say. Okay, let me thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Smackleford. Strong intro so far. Yeah, I'm trying to get back on track here, and I certainly appreciate the audience's patience, audience's long suffering, because I know that it wasn't always up to snuff with me being out of it as I was, and I do lose when I'm stoned. I do lose 15 IQ points that I don't have to lose. It's not like I've got extra, and I'm just kind of spaced out and disconnected, which can be helpful. Like we ended up having a bunch of females over here at one point, and even O'Shea had females and O'Shea over here. It's like I'm kind of glad I wasn't as baked as I was for all of that. No offense, ladies, or yep, edibles. Yeah, stay away from the synthetic edibles, in my opinion. Music holds a secret, and that's where I try to balance myself sometimes. That was my instinct when you said edibles. I was like, I don't know about all that. But what do I know? Well, that's a good point. Music holds a secret. Oh man. War by Deception, always a pleasure to see War by Deception. He's habitually in a cannabinoid-induced coma. Well, some people function well, by the way. I'm just not one of those people. I do great for long form. Just it's not completely useless. I think it's just not. It's not conducive to streaming in the short term for me, particularly. I would say. But yeah, hope, man. I hear a lot of hope. So I hear, and this is where I'm just going to end up being critical, whether I want to be or not. And as mentioned before, I hope nobody takes it personally. Although if they do, they do. But I hear a lot of logic and a lot of reason in some of Dick's comments. But then I just hear statements that to me I interpret as based on hope. And it's like, okay, I understand that individual humans, we interact with this concept, we experience something that we refer to as hope, and do I need to be, maybe I need to go look up the meaning of the word hope, right? Because sometimes these words don't even mean what we think they mean, right? Hope definition. Of course, Clinton was famously the man from Hope, although that was Hope, Arkansas. He did not grow up there, but apparently he was born in Hope, Arkansas. Hope is a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. So I certainly understand, because I'm one of you, As different as I may be in some ways, I'm more like the rest of you than I'm unlike the rest of you. I think we can say that. Uh, so I can certainly observe myself and realize that even Benton, I have a feeling of expectation and desire, right? Uh, for what? For humanity, uh, for peace and love and health, right? For the masses of humanity here in the realm that we all seem to be sharing, whatever this experience is. I have those feelings also. Now we can call it whatever we want to call it. It's, at first it was just kind of whimsical, maybe the autism and all that, but that's also starting to lose its meaning. But you know, the thing about me and feelings is I just don't find them to be very important or relevant. Just that's my opinion, right? So where I get confused is when we're talking philosophy, logic, and reason, but then we inject a feeling, which is not what is a feeling. A feeling, by its very nature, it's irrational. It's logic and reason and thoughts and ideas by nature are rational. Now, of course, they can manifest in an irrational way, and feelings are sometimes very rational. But the nature of the feeling is what I'm talking about. So I would say this: what is the relevance of any individual person's hope for this realm, what's happening, and the so-called direction that humanity seems to be going in? Of what relevance? And I believe this is a form of narcissism, by the way, because, well, I'm a human, I'm having a feeling of optimism and hope for humanity's future. That has to mean something. Well, who lied to you and told you that? Did this beast system put some programming in your brain to mislead you into thinking that what you feel and desire is of any relevance whatsoever with respect to what the beast system wants and desires and is doing, has done, is doing, and will continue to do to us? Because I like to say that, life is not something that's being done to us. And that is true on the one hand, but, you know, I mean, look at what's going on here. And I see a lot of delusion and denial. And this is one of the big themes of the podcast, going back to the nightmare dystopia days. And by the way, this is back when I thought they really were going to round us all up and put us in camps, which may well still happen. Who knows? Now, at this point, I'm thinking it's a pandemic cycle, just like it's a so-called economic collapse cycle. It's probably like 15 years, which just happens to be the amount of time that Yuri Bezmenov, or however you say his name, identified as that's the amount of time, approximate time it takes to educate one generation, through the whichever finger on Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand is educating the children, programming their minds. So I really feel like a lot of the people I see who I think really do have, and I want to be specific in how I say this, agile minds. I think some of them really allow themselves to have their feelings influence their thinking and their reasoning too much. That's my opinion. Now, I gave myself, I wasn't lucky or fortunate. I earned all of this. I gave myself the gift of living in the streets for 6 straight years, on and off for 10 years, and most days just walking vast, long distances with a backpack. And then, of course, tending to my needs, which does take a lot of time, actually, in that never-ending series of problem solving, which I actually enjoyed, living that way, camping out, sleeping rough, as the Western Europeans call it. And I really got to spend a lot of time with what in the fuck I was feeling about what in the fuck is going on here. What has been going on, what is going on, and what I have no choice but to believe is going to continue to go on, which is the nightmare dystopian beast system, Babylon itself, marching just headlong, you know, into becoming even more immersed in evil. Uh, you know, iniquity is ubiquitous in this realm. But I think now we're back to the emotion of the human. I think that we are so hopeful and optimistic. And then again, if I am created in the image and likeness of the Most High, the big C creator, if that's what created me, well, probably that's an aspect, or maybe that. And again, I'm not speaking for the Most High, but just I'm speculating. I would give an educated guess that that's probably a lot of what that being experiences. I'm assuming. I don't really know, but again, I understand that here I am in a spiritual war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. I know this. I don't believe it. I know that that's what's happening, and that does seem to be I think that's as close as we can come to religion. That almost all the so-called truthers do seem to agree that we are all experiencing a spiritual war. And then I've further, opined that in fact humanity itself is the substrate or the battlefield. The war's being waged upon us, or through us or on us, however you want to look at that. It seems to me. So, and especially me having all that time with this limited, very average IQ, but certainly a specific type of unusual brain that I seem to have. I don't want to make it about me and my brain. So I'm starting to detect that maybe there's other folks who just haven't, and I don't know, I'm speculating, who just haven't quite gone through whatever that process is yet. So then it's like, okay, how patient is Benton going to be with some of these ideas? Am I supposed to just say, well, that's Dick over there doing his thing and that's got nothing to do with me? Or, well, now I'm feeling some type of way about what I'm hearing him say. Not even that I need to so-called correct the record. It's just, okay, now I've got stuff to say. But then, I probably already have things to say also, right? Anyway, it feels good to be back. I can certainly tell a big difference in I no longer feel like I'm juggling and doing a broadcast. I feel like I'm just more in my zone here. And I don't even like the word sober really, but I feel like I'm back in my zone here, at least. Clear-headed. How about that? We'll call it clear-headed. Boy, there's been some discontent here in the motel. I heard a lot of loud arguing. The cops and the fire truck were here like 2 different times yesterday. Oh, hotspot arrived, and although it took about an hour because for some reason Verizon's website did not want to process my credit card payment for whatever reason, or my debit card payment. I do have the hotspot. It is activated, and I am broadcasting via the new hotspot. It does seem to have lower latency than just running the hotspot off of the phone. So we've got that to look forward to, at least for now. And I've had a little bit of, I don't want to say fear so much, trepidation perhaps around the future of the broadcast. And then, I guess as an individual, you know, uncertain about the near future, but then, I am somewhat habituated towards, living in such a way of not really necessarily knowing what the near future would hold. So, these are good problems to have, I would say. Well, and then see, this is musical The Secret. How many of us will still be here for the final act? Well, I mean, that's assuming there's a final act, right? Like, and what would be a final act? And I do think some of this is our programming. And I've noticed my father especially seems to be programmed to think in these grand themes of so back when it did look like, maybe the government was going to come after people who refused the injections, it's like, oh, we're going to make our last stand, almost like some kind of something out of a movie. And I'm like, I don't really look at it that way. Right. But, Maybe that again that's back to the feelings of hope. Well, just because one is experiencing feelings of hope, what does that have to do with anything? Like, how does that affect what's happening in the realm around you? Like, yeah, you can be filled with hope, but then go to the super center and interact with the people, right? And then come back and talk to me about hope and optimism. Have we gone full doomer yet? Would a hoper be the opposite of a doomer? Yeah, hopium. Yeah. Well, and there's obviously a place for hope. I guess what I am ultimately my beef with this is that it's not that humans experience hope. I'm sure it's an important part of what we're doing here. And I would say that is our nature to some extent, or it seems to be. It's the misappropriation. It's mistakenly thinking that hope has relevance with respect to what's happening. And I would say, what evidence is there of that? Like, why assume because we experience hope that has anything at all to do with what's going on here in the nightmare dystopian beast system? Because it seems to me like it doesn't. And in fact, I think our hope, just like many other aspects of being a human, our own natures, Mr. Bill, are being used against us. And when I talk about iniquity being ubiquitous, and I talk about, if there's evil can be personified in one being that we might refer to as Satan, or I think Paul enslaved says Shaitan, whatever that is, I believe that thing is the world's foremost expert in human psychology, and it knows human psychology inside and out, and it knows exactly how to use our own tendencies against us. So I think just about everything we experience on a daily basis, probably our entire lives, is designed in some measure to cause um, our own nature and tendencies and adaptability and hope and strong, desire to procreate, strong desire to live, all of these things. It's actually used against us at an individual level. So, how power, and then again, like I've talked about, I'm very pessimistic when you talk about the masses. I'm very optimistic when it comes to individual humans. I'm extremely optimistic because I see a great potential for any individual here in this realm to transcend whatever their present set of limitations is. And I know because I've done that. And it's like, you know, it's not even about, oh, Benton, hashtag things Benton can do, right? It's not even about that. It's about, well, if some slack jawed yokel hick from Southeast Arkansas can do these things, anybody can. I firmly believe that. So I am extremely optimistic and I have a strong will to live. But when you lump these people together, there is no hope in this world. And I don't care what anybody says, based on what I've seen, based on what human history claims to be, uh, based on the totality of the evidence, uh, human beings cannot create systems that do not, over time, become corrupted and become harmful to the people, period. And that's what we're living in. And this is the shit hits the fan. This is the Mad Max zombie apocalypse. It just doesn't look like we were told it was going to look, and yeah, I would love for it to go full shit hits the fan. I dream of, I fantasize about just mobbing around everywhere in my full kit, you know, although I am with my health and everything, really, that's not even realistic anymore. So I would say, let's just go back to 5 years ago when I was still mostly at my full vigor, right? And especially when the COVID thing popped off. See, we're so traumatized, people don't even remember. I played all that George Floyd riot footage about a month ago now, probably. And it's like, it's just been a few years. Most of us didn't even seem to remember, oh, that happened during the pandemic. It's like a lot of people, I think that they thought that happened before. Like, no, that was like, in part, I think that was like a relief valve It was like people were so cooped up for so long. It's like, okay, let them go tear some shit up, you know? Goodness gracious. I don't know if I want to stream snipe Dick or not. That might be too mean. Feelings ain't facts. Well, and that's where, like, I've been driving down the interstate and I saw a billboard. It said, all feelings are valid. And I just immediately think, well, that can't possibly be true because that would have to mean all thoughts are valid because they exist. As far as I'm concerned, thoughts and not thoughts, feelings, ideas, emotions, it's all on a spectrum. It's like the opposite in a lot of like one, like they're polar opposites, and really I need to come up with a better analogy. This is not quite a fully fleshed out concept, but almost like two sides of the same coin in a way. And I'm firmly convinced that you just pick a random person out of the masses, they cannot distinguish what they think from what they feel. It's the same thing to them. There is no difference in what they feel and what they think. But it's not possible for all feelings to be valid because for that to be true, all thoughts would have to be valid, and that's clearly not true. Like because we have no problem recognizing irrational thoughts. That's oh yeah, of course that's just a crazy person having crazy thoughts. But we seem to have these issues around emotions and feelings, and I think I do have a leg up. I have a bit of an advantage, that I am somewhat removed and not in tune with emotions, and I've really had to put a lot of effort into even figuring out what in the fuck do these feelings mean, right? Just to by the way, just to survive and be functional in the realm. I mean, the fact that I'm here talking to you and not dead, incarcerated, or just medicated, in the fucking loony bin, this is a miracle. I mean, this is a literal miracle that I'm even able to talk to you. So, um, and I won't even say I'm humbled. I'm grateful for the opportunity, even if it's 12 people listening, even sometimes it's 90 people combined because Drew, pumps me up that day or whatever, but we kind of pump each other up then again, don't we? And shout out to Drew for the thumbnail. I didn't quite see what he was going for, but again, that's I was intoxicated. See, I was high. I was high out of my gourd. I didn't really understand. So I took another look at the thumbnail. I said, okay, I think I see what's going on here. At first, I didn't quite get it. So, it's okay for me to go off and be out of my gourd for a week and a half or so, as long as I come back to whatever this is here, grounded in reality. And when we go off into these realms of hope, I just don't, I don't feel like that's an individual that's rooted in reality. I feel like that's an individual who's just that's a person with some hope. It's like, yeah, sure. It's like, when I was 15, the old cliche about like a teenage boy getting a boner and then getting called up to the blackboard or whatever. He's trying to like hide it with his fucking folder or whatever. It's like, dude, the boner didn't necessarily mean anything. Like when I was 15. Now I'm 47. If I just middle of the day, here comes a boner, it probably means something, right? But it's like, yeah, it's a 15-year-old having an erection. It doesn't mean anything. Like, oh, it's a human being experiencing the feelings of hope. This doesn't mean anything. Why are we so in love with assigning meaning to some of these states of being? Why does it have to mean anything? So I'm just confused much of the time. What's up, QE? Good to see you. You were mentioned briefly earlier. Fascinated with the psychology of people like QE. Kind of want to bring her up at some point, just to do kind of a one-on-one and pick her brain a little bit, sort of try to, dig around in the old noggin a little bit. But this is like Illumitami correctly noted, this is basically high school, socially. So of course there's all kind of connotations to just wanting to speak with another human being, right? Based on that person's characteristics and my characteristics and all of this. Yep, that's right, Kim. I got my 15 back. Yeah, we're back to we're back to just enough IQ to be able to hold my own with people like Kim before the storm. What's up, Mr. Me? Good to see you, brother. As always. Cool kids lunch. And well, yeah, that is true. This is the cool kids. Yeah, that's what I figured out about the so-called truth community. I said, oh, we were on the CBO Discord. I said, oh, it's the cool kids over here. Okay. This is like the back of the bus, The back of the school bus. Although I guess that'd have to be pretty early. That wouldn't be high school, because by high school, if you're cool, you're driving, right? But, yeah. Funny stuff. That's, it's like a salute, I think, Rob. It's like elbow bent in salute, I believe. Well, and to be clear, this would be me, quantum epic. This would be me, asking specific questions in order to gain a greater understanding of your psychology, because I'm fascinated with anthropology, sociology, and psychology. These are all, in fact, I just didn't know it. I've studied all three my entire life. Just wasn't aware of it. Um, yeah, that's right. Good to see everybody. Kim before the storm. I know he said he had a new video. I'm always curious about updates to his legal saga. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, see, Dick's still alive. I see now. I feel kind of bad. I don't know what kind of numbers he normally does though. Got 13. Hell, he might be doing good. I've got 18 over here. That's pretty good for me this time of morning, I would say. So, this, and I think that comes back to abundance. We sometimes, human nature again, and I'm a human too, right? Shout out to Mark Zuckerberg, but I'm also a human, and it's like I think we tend to think, oh well, if that person has something, that means I lack something, but really, there's plenty for everybody, right? And isn't that one of the big new agey hippy dippy themes? Is this idea of abundance, which I do think there is something to that, of course. Oh, why did I type in calm before the storm? That doesn't even make sense. Calm before the storm. Oh, I see. Yeah. 6 days ago, Tyrant shut down. 18K views. Nice, sir. And his body cam did 187. So let's show his channel real quick. I like to plug whatever I can plug out here. Oh, yeah, share screen. I get another screen, by the way, which I need to get an income. Yeah. Here's his channel. Better zoom in a little bit so people can see this. 33K subs. He had a several million views short, and then he also, I think, 500K plus on his viral video. So check him out, Kim Before the Storm. I'm not sure if he still has criminal charges pending or not. Yeah, and also Quantum Epic. I've been doing these because Paul and Slaves usually live in the afternoons, and I'd really rather just call into his show versus going live myself. So I've been doing some pre-recorded material. You may have noticed. So actually, we might want to do that not on a live stream, but record it possibly. So if you could email me, I would appreciate it. bentonja@protonmail.com. Yeah, that's right. Razvan is happy to see me off the cannabinoids. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Like I say, I like to get fucked up, but definitely did not enjoy trying to do live streams through that haze. Yeah, I was not enjoying myself uh, for that part of the intoxication, and I'm not balanced. It's like yeah, I could have just waited until I was done live streaming every day, but go big or go home. But yeah, there's my email. If you want to hit me up, yeah, we'll figure something out, because I really want to figure out, especially as we've talked about, um, that your average normie, especially the ones who think that they're right wing or conservative, which is not a thing, by the way, but the ones who believe that they're so-called traditional family values, MAGA, mom and apple pie, American exceptionalism, the American dream, all of that, nonsense that's clearly untrue. and has really no basis whatsoever in reality. But that form of programming, which by the way, I see seems to be based on that most human beings fall on a spectrum with respect to how strongly they become disgusted, how easily, or some people they become disgusted much, and I mean physically disgusted, much more difficult. So it seems like the people who skew so-called conservative, those are the people who are easily disgusted, and the people who skew more lefty tend to be the ones who it takes more to trigger their revulsion. And I think I believe all of this, every damn bit of this Babylon nightmare dystopian beast system, every damn bit of it was specifically designed to attack uh, basically to program our minds and to attack us psychologically um, every moment of our lives. And that's where I was. And I guess maybe I'll play some of Dick's comments here in a minute. I don't know if he even leaves his streams up or not. I'm not sure, but if the video plays, that's some of what he was talking about. That kind of annoyed me. Actually, now I've already forgotten. But again, it's not only the cannabis that's affected my short-term memory. It's also, or the synthetic cannabinoids rather. But these illnesses. Yep. Into this world we're thrown like a dog without a bone and nectar out on loan. Yep. Riders on the storm. Yeah, man. Hey, there you go, Mr. Miyagi. Some would say that the left-right paradigm came from Stalin and Trotsky, and before that, Moab and Ammon. And I actually had Dick, I believe, was on the channel. He was on the panel that one day, and I broke down my belief that the MAGA traditional family values, that's programming just like everything else. And we seem to just believe that people got together and said this is the best way to live. But I don't believe that's what happened at all. I think that was what was promoted at the time for the benefit of the system. And then now it seems like the system is moving on to where that is no longer the main driving force of progress culturally and sociologically and anthropologically, all three. It's no longer that nuclear family, dad goes off to work, mom stays in the home, the white picket fence, the whole thing, right? I think it's easy to sort of fool ourselves into thinking that was just, that was America at its best, and the zenith, and everybody had just figured out this is the best way to do the thing. It's like, I don't think that's what happened at all. I think that was the propaganda. That's what the system needed at the time, and so therefore that's what the propaganda was directed towards. And then as soon as the system needed women in the workforce, all of a sudden this is not the best way to live anymore. And just like, by the way, Kaczynski, the stuff I read yesterday from Kaczynski, talking about that, women, we've decided that was the best way to live, but it wasn't for women in a lot of ways. Women, being isolated in the home and not having, a lot of outlets, and the whole stereotype of the 50s wife, right? I mean, that's a real thing to some extent. It's not just, there was a lot of social problems back then as well. We like to pretend like just everything was hunky fucking dory. No, it wasn't. And as much as people like to think that everything was fucking fine here in Babylon in the nightmare dystopian beast system, and then things just suddenly flipped or shifted, it's like, no, that's not what happened. Maybe some of us are a little more aware of what's going on. But no, this is just 50 years ago, things weren't as bad as they are now because the evil wasn't as advanced, which I take to mean just the evil had to be more covert in the past. And it seems like as the masses, embrace sophistication, we hurtle headlong into becoming more and more and more and more sophisticated. It seems like the evil has to do less and less and less and less to hide. It seems like when people were a little more simple-minded, maybe in the past, and a little more back to basics to some extent and maybe minded their own affairs first. It seemed like the evil had to, it couldn't be as quite out in the open as it can now. I don't know. Mere speculation. Were we up to 27? Well, I don't know what I did, but I ran 7 of them off apparently. Or is there something else going on somewhere? Well, and I agree that many people do. Many people, of course. Now, I do disagree with this idea of living happy because that would imply that they're in a permanent state, which, of course, as dynamic human beings, they are never inhabiting one state all of the time. That would be literally nirvana, right? They're not there. So we're already inaccurate, by the way, when we say live their lives happy. And again, to me, that's system talk. That's the beast system. That's a phrase created by the beast system and placed into your consciousness because we're all products of this system. And that was something else I was getting into when I was, having a conversation with myself, listening to Dick's monologue. It's like, no, that's because we're all, like it or not, our psychologies, our view of ourselves, our personas, our actual personalities are in large part products of this system, whether we like it or not. That's just how it is. And, so this concept of live my life happy, I don't think that exists. I don't think that's a thing. I think that's something that's been invented, and it's a concept that was placed in my brain without my consent. And we all seem to think that's a thing that can be achieved, and it's not. Now, do people inhabit states of contentment from time to time? Absolutely. But again, even this, I understand he's applying this to the past. And I'm not trying to pick on Mr. Miyagi. I'm really just making a larger point here. But this is my way. I am a bit cantankerous and unruly and overly critical. My so-called authenticity, but yeah, there are people who, are contented with. They are content to, meet a spouse, live in a community, raise their children, and then their grandchildren and all of this. Yeah, many people have done that. I agree. Now, is that happening now? No, to some extent. But what do we see statistically? It's most likely that thing. Now, we thought that was happening 100% across the board 50 to 100 years ago. What I'm saying is there was way more social problems and problems in general back then. But overall, I would say, yeah, way more people were achieving that, living that way versus now. So it's actually kind of making my point. Because what do we see? We see a degradation over time. So if I've observed a degradation over time, wouldn't I just assume that I'm going to see more degradation in the future? So if I live another 5 years, I'm just assuming that the beast system and the conditions under which, me and my fellow humans here in the United States live, most of us, it's going to continue to degrade. Now, can I be okay with that? Because now, see, here comes the hope. Now, here comes the problem solving. And this is where I've been critical, especially of Dick, is here comes the problem solving. Oh, well, there's a part of my brain can see that things don't have to be this way. Yeah, that's true, brain, but things are this way. Yeah, I understand there's things in my brain that can just run around in a fantasy realm and come up with all these potential ways to resolve the nightmare dystopian beast system. But remember what I talked about many times in the past was that we're programmed, especially in the West, especially in the US, we're programmed, okay, everything that is to be achieved, everything achievable can only be achieved through an assertive, aggressive, masculine, yang means. What if the way to fix the dystopia is through the passive or the feminine or the yin. But then the beast system's got you convinced to go off into this assertive, masculine, get her done, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you know, make hay while the sun is shining, you know, overt work ethic. See, you've already lost. If the beast system, if that's where your psychology is in the beast system, you're defeated. If your psychology is defeated, you are defeated. Period. So I get a little restless and insecure when I start detecting these errors and flaws in some of my fellow thinkers' psychology, their psyche, their thought process, their approach. And lest we forget, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So if I'm just listening to a stream of consciousness and I'm like, okay, that lines up. Yes, yes. Oh, wait a minute, incorrect philosophy detected. Then some more things I agree with, then incorrect philosophy detected. I'm like, okay, why hasn't that person installed a mechanism in their brain to ruthlessly interrogate each and every single one of these thought forms and to attempt to destroy it and to only keep what cannot be destroyed within my own psyche correct philosophy? Because when we go into this aggressive, assertive, yang, you know, masculine problem solving, just, oh, there's a problem. Well, here, the solution has to be through this assertive means. That's an incorrect philosophy. And if somebody is suffering from that, they can never reach the same conclusions I can reach except on accident. Right. So it's like, it's not, Benton thinks he's smarter than everybody. Well, I know I'm not smarter. But, you know, much to my chagrin, why have I figured some of this shit out? And these otherwise intelligent people just can't seem to get it. Well, because it's basic, because it's very basic. And this world programs us to just go right into, because you're intelligent, you're smart, you're capable. So just go right into the sophistication, but then we skip the basics. That's a problem. So if I learn those basics and I'm always hammering those basics and I bring everything back to fundamentals, it's going to be hard for me to get off track. It's going to be very difficult. But if I just go headlong into sophistication, now I'm just lost in a bunch of ideas. And that's what this realm wants. It wants us thinkers, because there ain't many of us. But I think in these circles, most of us have demonstrated an ability to think for ourselves. There's not many of us. So, you know, I think those individuals have a duty. Now, this is merely my opinion. I think they have a duty to get their shit together at the level of their own thoughts and their own ideas, and sharpen the sword of their intellect. And that only comes from starting with the basics first, right? Mm. You know, and I played basketball as a youth, and to this day, and I haven't played in years, but to this day, every once in a while, if I shoot a basketball, almost every time somebody comments on my form, and I'm not a very good shooter, by the way. I'm okay. I was never anything more than a streaky shooter at best, but I worked on my form, the basics, repetition after repetition after and it still shows. So until somebody spends that time and puts those reps in with the basics, it's always going to show. It's always going to show if an individual hasn't done that. That's just how it works. And that's part of what gets me out of bed every morning, is that, you know, I am competitive with myself. I'm competitive with other people in a way as well. Although as I've aged and my health's declined, not as much, but it's still there. You know, that fighting spirit still lives within me. And, you know, I'm competitive. That's what gets me out of bed, is that I can improve over time. And sometimes people notice that improvement, you know, or I can just assume that, well, of course I'm smart. Of course I'm intelligent. Of course I should be listened to. But remember, Benton ain't that smart. If I can sit back and poke all kind of holes in your discourse, what I would say is, why haven't you poked all kind of holes in your discourse? One of these days, somebody might start playing my content and poke holes in it. It hasn't happened yet. Now, I did it famously. I did it to Matt QOC back on my podcast. Maybe I'll play that episode at some point. In fact, I did a better version. I did a first version, but I got too mad and started yelling at a certain point. So it never got published. I don't even know that I have the file anymore. But the one that did get published, but see, that's the thing, is when you listen to one of Matt's QOC's discourses, it sounds reasonable, well thought out. It all makes sense until you go to poking holes in it. Correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. Well, if nobody ever pokes holes in the logic, if nobody ever attempts to destroy that thing, well, I've attempted to destroy it way before I ever presented it to you folks. And that's one of the advantages of my my very pedestrian average IQ is I'm not smart enough to figure any of this shit out in the moment. Thank God. So if I'm speaking on it, I probably had to think about it a lot. I probably had to experience it a lot. Most of this is not theoretical or hypothetical with me. Most of what I'm speaking on, I've experienced and practiced, to some extent. But it's not about me. It's not about, and hopefully I'm a ridiculous of enough person that nobody would try to follow me anyway. Because I certainly don't believe there's any such version of, linking up with other people and like following some philosophy of another person and like somehow arriving at the promised land. But again, is that even a thing, right? Were any of us promised land? I don't know. Oh man. Well, I managed to finally pull off a halfway decent rant, I think. How long was that? Yeah, I think I did all right. Hey, Dick's here. All right. Oh God, Dick. Apologies in advance. I get off on these. I get in these moods, man, and this is just what happens. So, thanks for being here.
Yo, cheers. What's up, Benton? How's it going?
What's up, brother? Hey, I'm well, man. How are you? Actually, I'm not well, but I am well.
You mean you're not physically feeling great?
No, not at all. But I feel good otherwise. I'm seriously ill, but that's all right. I try not to talk about it too much, but occasionally it comes up. But
yeah. Well, I mean, these bodies aren't meant to last forever. That's for sure. They break down, so it's part of the process of gaining in wisdom. Is you also have to gain in humility, because you learn that your body certainly is not, going to stay in perfect form.
Yes, that's very true. Hilariously, though, almost everybody on both sides of my family lives into their 90s. So I've really I've screwed up pretty good here, but that's all right.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fine.
So where do we differ? I heard you say something about that's why I get on Dick or whatever. I just figured I'd entertain the conversation with you.
Yeah, I don't know that my thoughts are that well organized. I just tend to go on these rants sometimes, and some people like to hear the rants. So, and I've been on oh, thank you, brother.
I appreciate your perspectives. I agree with what I heard there at the end. Following people is, I think, what a lot of us get caught into, to where you start to hear a few things that sound right, and then all of a sudden you're making it gospel. It becomes a religion. It becomes your doctrine. And before you know it, you're following somebody right down the river. You have to use your own internal instinct and be accountable. And I like the concept of being independent, but it's rooted in dualism, because you're interconnected at the same time. So I see a lot of things that appear as contradictions, but you could make an argument for both, and I could listen to both sides and walk away learning something.
Yeah, definitely. And my style is, every once in a while I get mad and yell at somebody, but other than that, I don't really like to get into any sort of, I like to have a friendly conversation. I don't really like to, you know what I mean? Like, even if I disagree with you, I'd rather just kind of handle that on my own. And then if people want to listen to me disagree, that's fine. But I just never found much value in the disagreeing like face to face. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not my thing. Some people really enjoy it though. Like they really like to get in there. And I do like verbal battles, but maybe it's just I'm definitely managing my energies has never been my strong suit. So I'm now necessarily in a phase of life where I'm having to learn to be like, yeah, I might want to go do that, but I don't really have the energy. But I need to do these other things, you know. So actually, I
Yeah.
might want to have a big argument with you about it. I just don't have the energy anymore. Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah. I think the place we differed was the systems on a big stage that they can't be changed. And
Mm.
I don't even know that I disagree with you that much on it. I mean, a lot of things do seem to be in motion, and it's to try to influence it is almost defeatist. Just go about your life and do the things in your day-to-day stuff that can be affect the people around you positively, and if it has a greater influence, fantastic. But don't also undervalue what maybe would be perceived as a little influence, but in fact is very, very important. I mean, if you're raising a child, you're raising the future of the next generations and the traditions that they
Yeah.
carry on, all that stuff. So it's all your perspective on what you view as important and what matters, and I think we define that individually. But I don't know where I
Oh yeah.
disagree with you on anything. I like listening to you, and I don't like to argue much either. I do maybe sometimes for the sake of entertainment,
Yeah.
and that's all what it is, I guess. But uh, fundamentally, we have to have conversations that are productive and actually have a level of communication to them, or what's the purpose?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure. And I was thinking earlier when I saw you were live, I was trying to wait till you were done, but sometimes I feel like I need to talk. I had something on my mind, but like with the StreamYard, and I think you're using StreamYard, I actually could have, if you allow the option, I could have connected to your live stream. Have you done any of this yet? Are you familiar
No,
with
I
this?
haven't. I never bought the StreamYard. Do you have the
Oh,
paid
that's
version?
right. You're on the free version. That's right.
I am,
It
yeah.
might still work if you're on the free version, though. I'm not exactly sure, but um, like what
I
Drew,
might pay for it eventually here. I thought about doing it.
well,
You know,
dude, I've gone on such long live streams. I use up the free allotment in like 2 days, usually 2 or 3 days.
I
So
just
I end
don't
up
want to
having to
be on
pay
here
for it.
too much, trying to find that balance with it. And usually, if I pay for something, I'm that way. Pretty much I have zero subscriptions. I got rid of all of them as that strategy, just not to have debt. And I guess you could argue I pay for internet, so that's a monthly bill. But if I can get away from it, I try to never have a monthly bill. So
Oh
StreamYard
yeah,
kind of
absolutely.
goes against my philosophy there, but I might do it at some point just for the fun of it. Do it for a few months.
Well, they will let you pay for a whole year, and you do get something of a discount. So that
Yeah,
would be a way for it. I mean, it's more money up front,
exactly.
but it's not a monthly fee, though.
No, I like that better. I prefer
Yeah.
that. At least I know I paid for the enchilada for the time I'm going to use it, and then if I want to move forward in a year, I can think about it. But it's not sitting there nickeling and diming me every month.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like those monthly payments either, but I just got a new one yesterday because I got a hotspot device. So that's like another $70 a month for, internet. But I think it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
But what I was saying about what Drew did, Chalk Body Outline, like 2 days in a row, he went live on his backup channel, but he connected to my live stream that was already in progress, and it combines the viewers. And so the people on his channel, when they type a comment, it actually shows up on my live stream. And
Oh
then,
wow, I didn't realize that
yeah, it's
they
really cool
integrate that way.
actually. Yeah.
So it
And
combines two streams essentially,
yeah, so like the most I ever get
just
in
for
the
you,
day,
right? Like if you're on Drew's channel, he's not seeing the comments on your channel on his, right?
I think it goes both ways.
Does it really?
I
Wow.
believe so. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, it's really cool, man. The StreamYard,
I
there's
wonder
something
how
to
they
this.
did that, because that would be almost going into the back end of YouTube. What a trip.
Well, in real quick, this is also something that, so like if I had gone live and connected to your stream, um, what we noticed happened is that like, because Drew's just got his channels are bigger, but like the first day we had 105 concurrent viewers. That was the peak. But then Drew ended his stream, and then I still kept like 60 people by myself. So versus in the daytime, it hardly ever goes over like 35, and just unless somebody just, there's some unusual drama or something going on. And the same thing yesterday, we got up to 90 combined, and then after he ended his, I kept like 60 of them for like an hour. See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So like if you were live or if I was live and we connected, it might actually be like an exponential effect. But part of that is not really, I didn't know if you'd want to come on and talk, and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I'll
now
come
that
on
you're
and
here
talk.
now, I wish we had
I have
done that.
some weird defeatist thing with YouTube. I don't want to be successful with it, which makes absolutely zero sense. Why do I come here and invest time in something that I don't want to succeed at? And I guess it's stupid, but it's just something I deal with.
Well, I mean, and I guess we're talking about money then, right? Talking about being able to actually make an income from YouTube. Is that what you mean?
I've never tried to do that. I mean, I guess there was one point I had a donation link on my channel,
Hmm.
but I never really wanted to because I knew if I made money at YouTube, I would be here all the time.
Yeah.
And I have that extreme type of personality where when I take something on, I will usually, at least for a period, make it all encompassing and really hone in on it and focus. But I never wanted to have that type of relationship with the YouTube thing. And I guess it
No,
was
I
just an
get it.
instinct.
Yeah, I get that. Well, I'm not making any money, but people do occasionally donate, which I appreciate. But
No, but my psychology on it is not logical. It's fucked up. It's like perverted. It's weird. I come to it, present, and then sometimes self-sabotage for whatever reason. I don't want to have to have a reason to come back. I like coming and talking and just presenting, doing a monologue, or even having interactions like this that are just impromptu, avant-garde discussions, whatever they go in any direction. But I would never want to be some syndicated broadcaster where I
yeah, I
have to
got you.
show up and I have to present. It's almost like music. I would not want to be a rock star where I have to go play a show that night. That fucking sucks. I want
Yeah,
to be inspired to play music or inspired to have a conversation and do it because I'm kind of prompted to.
yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Don't turn one of your hobbies into your job, right?
Yeah, and you could see it from another side too that well if you want to be disciplined at it, you got to push through when you don't want to do it too.
That's what
So,
I've been doing. Yeah,
have you?
yeah, and a lot of that is just I like working on my skills. I do enjoy even though I'm not making any money, I like the broadcasting skills side of it. So yeah, man. If I just did what I wanted to, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd be live every day. There'd be some days where I'd just be like, oh, fuck it.
What do you want to accomplish by going online? Or at least on YouTube, I should say.
Well, and I do want to, yeah, YouTube, because I was about to say, I'll have to give you the whole speech about. I've been on the internet almost every day since '94. So like,
Wow.
I'm unusual for people. I know you're somewhere. I forget how old everybody is. I'm 47, so that's unusual for somebody my age.
45.
So yeah. So I had a full blown internet addiction back right around the turn of the century. So like I've been through a lot of this already in some way, but my thing is like I always have a lot of shit to say, and I used to write a lot, and it seems like something shifted collectively where people really don't read and write like they used to. I used to write a lot, and now I don't write hardly anything, but it's like I talk way more now. So for me, I'm a creative type. It sounds kind of corny, but I'm just way less agitated if I have some. And I know you play music, so maybe this is your version of that. I don't know, but like I just do better as a human the more I access my creativity on a regular basis. So almost kind of like I have to do something creative. So this is it.
Before YouTube, did you find yourself listening to self-help tapes or different discussions, other,
Well,
versions of this?
I read a lot of books, but also I've listened to a lot of like lectures. I've listened
Yeah.
to a lot of stuff too. Also, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've taken in a lot of information over a lot of years, definitely. But um, Yeah, the
So
creative thing.
you're an
Go ahead.
information whore like I am. You like to soak in a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different views, a lot of different information.
I used to, not as much now, but yeah,
No,
definitely.
not as much now. What changed?
I think what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened for me was that years ago, I don't really even know where this came from, but I became aware of this idea of that I need to be most of the content. I need to be producing it versus consuming content. So I was so unbalanced towards. I was producing some amount of content pretty much the whole time I've been on the internet, but it's been limited. So I've always been taking in way more. So now I'm actually putting out more than I'm taking in. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's way better for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
way better. Definitely.
Well, because you've soaked in enough too. I think you get to a point where it's overload and you've seen everything you need to see in all these perspectives and you've come to your conclusion and now you're ready to present your argument or you're ready to present your view on it for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, typically, yeah, typically. And then I had the,
Kind
you
of
know,
your way of
living.
giving back too, if you think about it. I mean, because people have done that for you over the years, and you've listened to all these different lectures and strategies and different views and philosophies. So now you're taking your twist on it, and you're saying, "Let me do the same thing others have done for me."
Yeah, to some extent, I would agree with that. Am I frozen?
Yeah, you are now.
That's funny. Yeah, yeah, I would agree with all that to some extent. Um, yeah, for sure. But it's interesting, man. The YouTube thing, there's something to it. Like, and I've been using YouTube since the very early days of YouTube. I'm an early adopter of a lot of these things, but I actually did a podcast, an audio podcast, because I didn't want to have to worry about the YouTube censorship, during the pandemic. So I put out 56 episodes of the podcast. But ever since the live streaming really took off with the panels and the StreamYard, it seems like, you know, we're going to be allowed to express ourselves, a little more freely. It seems like. I don't know.
Does
What do you
seem like
think?
that.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably was a competition outcome that they realized if they stop you, you're just going to go somewhere else. There are other options. So essentially, they're driving away their audience. So even if they don't promote it or monetize it as much, they might as well have the bandwidth because even if they haven't figured out how to use us, they'd rather have our attention so they can at some point.
Well, yeah, and that may be part of it. And then you see stuff like Twitch. I think, competitively, YouTube's not going to want to just let Twitch have all of that necessarily for the live
Exactly.
streaming. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
guessing,
exactly.
but who knows? It's fun to talk about, fun to think about for sure.
But you and I probably think similar. I saw you were talking about the finances the other day. So we're in a currency shift right now, right? They're moving it to digital, which is
Well,
a pretty big
but real
change.
quick, most of the money's already digital. You see,
It
I,
is, yeah.
that's where. But see, I just have to like that. The distinction is very important. It's like, oh, digital
Mm-hmm.
money, but it's like, yeah, it's been mostly digital most of our lives, But yeah,
Right.
but I understand what you mean when you say that. But I think these dumbos in the masses, I think they really think that it's just all cash. I think they really think that
No, because if
when you
they do
talk
a
about digital
quantitative
money.
easing, it's just uh, zeros on a screen. If they take your money and 10x it at the bank with fractional reserve currency, they didn't print 10 times more money. They just took it and issued it out in a digital form in loans and utilize it as leverage to create more money. And that's why it is actually a debt based currency. So it, in essence, can't be paid back. It renders us in a state of servitude to a certain degree to it. But I think that the transition will be more of a way to eliminate cash, and that's what's happening. I would not be surprised at all if they put a tax on cash. And I was saying the other day, I didn't for a long time see how easy that transition would be. I thought small transactions, vending machines, all these type of things where you're garage sailing, how would they get around that? And now that you see we have these devices on us 24/7, very simple. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a 50-cent transaction, whatever. You can just tap the device with your card or tap it with your phone, and you're off and running. So I think there will be a strong push to eliminate cash because it's dirty and disgusting, and they can't monitor it to the same degree. And that's been going on for a while. So to your point, it's not a static point. It's just a gradual flow and nudging and moving towards get rid of that undocumentable thing so we have full surveillance on your activity and your transactions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that already. I mean, I think we're pretty much already there. With some exceptions, obviously, the black market, the illicit, the arguably illicit usage for cash, but it's effectively already there. I mean, it seems like most of these things are already tracked anyway, from what I can tell.
Well, no, because you could still go down right now and you could turn in an ounce of gold and get $2,000 or whatever, and there's no paperwork that's done. It's not documented anywhere.
Well, but
The
your
cash, if it
phone,
wasn't in $100 bills, I guess $100 bills they can track them now, right? Because they got that chip in them.
yeah, but you
But
took your phone you took your phone with you to the gold and silver buy. I mean, it's like this
if you
idea that
did, yeah,
well, but that's what I'm saying is that this idea that the system, it knows what you're doing. It's not like, oh,
right.
you're hiding from the beast system, and you took your gold coin down to and converted it into Federal Reserve notes.
Okay, so I agree with you. I mean, I've talked about that with Google Earth. I'm sure they have a military HD version. They can see every movement of your activity. So to think that anything is anonymous is a joke. But also simultaneously, we know that even at that level of surveillance, they're not acting on that information in the sense that if someone's knowing that and looking at it, that they're coming after you because you sold something at a pawn shop or you went and had a Craigslist transaction or you can do that stuff with little or no effect, it seems like, from what I can tell. With a digital form, they would be able to eliminate that before it even happened, meaning they
Oh
could
yeah,
tax the
absolutely.
so you see what I'm saying there?
Oh, of course.
It
Yeah,
is
it's
a
just
it
greater
is a
form of
chain.
control. Yeah, greater form of control. But yeah, I think it all comes back to the Julian Huxley talking about that the people will be, made to love their servitude. I think that's the main thing I'm seeing is especially, coming out of the fake pandemic and all that is, dude, these people love all of this, man. They love being herded and told what to do and controlled. Like they love it. And yeah, I think of course we're going to see higher, greater levels of control. I think where some of us get confused is we think that's somehow like the masses don't want that, and I think they do want that, and they love it and they respond to it, and then so us, the people who actually think independently, it's like we're kind of stuck, within that to some extent because these people love all this, man, and they love hurtling down the interstate, watching TikTok videos. I mean, and by the way, that's your average person now is 4 hours a day of TikTok videos. I mean, that's your average American adult, 4 hours of TikTok. I
I
mean,
have
think
to
about that.
agree.
That's insane. That's nuts. And don't agree. Just if you don't agree,
It
don't
is what
agree.
it
But
is.
I mean, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, I can go full doomer and just,
No, what you're
you
saying is true. The masses want the enslavement. They want
yeah.
the full indoctrination. They want to have their thinking done for them so they don't have to be accountable and they can just go with the flow of what's been built for them. And giving up critical thinking, I think, is at some level relief for some of these people. To me, it's a highly
Yeah.
offensive idea.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, to us, it's like, yeah, of course, we want nothing to do with that, and I think that our spirit is we would want to destroy, whatever that enslaving force is. There's something in me that wants to go kill that thing, whatever the enslaving force is. So, I recognize as humans, I think we have a desire to see, evil defeated and all of this, but
But are
I don't
those
know. I
people
don't know
creating
if
that
that's
force?
What's that?
Are the ones that want it creating that force.
Well,
So
that's
the
yeah.
thing you want to kill is what they're creating, because through their own consent and desire to be enslaved and led like sheep, they're in effect building a asylum. They're the inmates building the asylum, and they love their asylum. They love their enslavement. That's their comfort blanket. You know, they wouldn't have it any other way, like you said. Or you didn't say that, but that's what you were pointing
Yeah,
to, is
sure.
that these people are choosing it. So if they're choosing it, they're creating what we perceive as the beast that's ruling over them, but it's just their collective energy manifesting. That's what they embody, because they made that choice.
Yeah. Yeah,
What is there to
yeah.
kill, is I guess what I'm getting at.
Well, that's what that's sort of what the rant was about at the top of the show, was that, the fact that that's my spirit and that I'm inclined towards those feelings, that's really neither here nor there. I think that's was a big part of the rant. But I don't know, man. I kind of just sometimes I have these rants and it's like once it's out of my system, I'm just kind of over it. It's like, yeah.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. It's like, what do we talk about now?
Well, top of mind for me is just the boundaries with technology. At what level do you want to integrate? And I think a lot of people are going into it very passive, without much thought or consideration. It's just like a package delivered at Christmas, where you open it up and, oh, I'm curious. I'm going to explore it. I'm going to learn about it. And this is the smartphone experience. But really, we know what these things are designed to do. So at what level can you even protect yourself from that over, invasive type of experience with it? So I bought those things, the sleeves you can slide your phone into. So, and maybe from your standpoint, you say, well, that's fruitless, right? Because the Google Earth, they can still zoom in, but these things are frequency beaming us. Hell, I've heard conspiracies. They say your phone is essentially a time bomb. I mean, they could make that thing blow up in your hand, which is
Probably.
kind of interesting.
Sounds
It's a
plausible.
final
I've
solution device you carry with you
never
everywhere.
thought about it, but yeah. Sounds plausible. It's hadn't considered that up until right now, but yeah.
Or if your phone could tase you, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be a cool new feature they could do for the slave version 13 iPhone or whatever.
Yeah, it's probably on the horizon, I would imagine.
And it's all light voltage at first, just little impulses to nudge you to do the right thing. We find that the citizens have better social credit scores, and they just live better, more productive lives when they choose to have shock therapy as a part of their motivational,
Yeah, I like a little
impulses.
satire. I like that. That's good stuff. You ever do any crowd work? We got the chat's kind of lit here.
We got Jung Jim,
Young Jim.
1776.
Play on words there, yeah.
Someone always wants to pay with Venmo.
Oh
How do
yeah.
you do with all that? Are you transitioning well to all that, or is that foreign weird shit to you?
No, man. When 0809 happened, I said I'm going to have as little to do with these institutions as possible. So I've got a
See,
prepaid
that's when I had to.
debit card.
That's when I had to. I had 80-year-old ladies trying to pay me for snow plowing jobs in Venmo, and didn't have the cash.
Oh, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, I have a prepaid debit card so I can get paid for my job when I work. So yeah, we all got to do something, right?
Yeah, I was just surprised though. I mean, because they didn't want to have interaction with you, even with the muzzle or whatever. Everybody was afraid, right? Just hiding in their homes. And
Oh yeah, the germs. See, I'm not a germaphobe, so I forget that people are scared of germs. I totally forget. Yeah.
I'm not either. I never wore a muzzle, but one time my daughter had to use a restroom, and the guy told me he was going to call the police if I came in without, and scary. Oh no, but I wasn't really worried about that as much as I wanted to get in and out and get my daughter to the restroom, so I just threw it on. But I felt like a slave and I felt humiliated, so I never did it again, and proceeded to have a number of physical altercations, not where like anybody hitting each other, but the one guy was grabbing my cart and trying to take it out
Oh
of my
my
hand,
God.
and it was
Dude,
full Jerry Springer in the grocery store.
that's crazy, man.
You didn't have none of that, huh, Benton?
Dude, I'm a lunatic. It's a reason why I didn't have none of that. I'm a
'Cause
crazy
you'd
person
have
at
tore
that level,
someone's head
dude.
off, huh?
Well, dude, I won't hurt anybody. I'll just lose my fucking mind, dude. It's one of those
I'm a
things like,
negotiator. Hey, I got the fucking
dude,
guy to pay for all my groceries. It was like he said, "What do I have to do to get you out of the store?" And I said, "I don't know, man. You be creative. Like I'm just doing my business here. I'm going about my thing. If you want to sway my motivations, you have to have something compelling enough to cause me to want to do something other than what I came here to do, which was shop and buy some stuff and then get the fuck home and make a meal." And he's like, "If you go outside, I'll buy your groceries if you'll just wait." I said,
that's
"All right,
crazy.
that's a deal, man." And I thought for a minute he was just fucking with me, and I was gonna have to go back in. And sure enough, he came out, and I guess I'm an asshole and a dick for doing that. But at the same
I don't
time,
think
I
so.
wanted to make my point. It's like if it's really that important for you to augment my flow and what I'm doing in my personal choice that is causing no loss, harm, or injury to anyone, then you go pay for that shit.
So was this based on the idea that you were contaminating the environment?
Yeah, that's what they say, but it's all a control thing. They're just so fucking pissed that you're not doing what they are and being in compliance. Because I always was very respectful when I would not wear the muzzle in the stores in particular, because I would try to not go down the aisle when someone was there with the muzzle or whatever, just to be hyper vigilant about saying, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Maybe I'm the asshole here. So I'm not going to try to be the guy who's going up to the senior citizen and ruin their day, make them feel all uncomfortable. I'm going to walk around them or whatever. I'm just trying to go about living my life as peacefully as possible, but not compromising who I am, was my philosophy on it. But then you would find those Karens and those people that were just hell bent. They had no common courtesy. They would get in your face with that hypocrisy when they're saying that you're the threat, you're the one that's the problem, but yet they're wanting to get physical with you and get right up in your personal space. And when I get that, it's like all bets are off, man. You're so far out of line. You can't think. You are a threat. If you'll do that, you'll do more. You're, half cocked. You're looking for it. So
Crazy.
I'd prefer to get out of that situation as quickly as possible, but because those people are nuts, they're unpredictable. You wouldn't want to roll around with them anyway. Who knows where they've been? They probably were sitting in a fucking truck stop with a lot lizard 10 minutes ago, and now they're telling you to put a muzzle on your face. They're just sick, disgusting lifestyle, and they're trying to tell you how to live better. And I'm just trying not to put synthetic shit on my face and breathe polystyrene all day. I've done it enough. I've paid my dues.
Well, I have a brain. I have to have oxygen. My brain doesn't function if I don't have oxygen. I mean, the fact that a lot of these people can go all day with that level of oxygen, I know everything I need to know about the inner workings of their mind. So I'm like, dude, I could wear the thing for 5 minutes to go into a store, but I got to get the fuck out and breathe some oxygen.
Precisely.
All right, brace yourself. Here comes Snafu. We'll see what he's got to say.
All right.
Snafu Snaps in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you.
Hey, guys. I thought it was real interesting, your conversation you were just having about the technology.
All right, brace yourself. Here comes Snafu.
Hey, pause your YouTube there.
Hold on.
Snafu Snaps.
Can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Good.
Yo,
no worries.
All right. So, hey, you guys were talking about the technology in your phones and the attitudes of people fighting the civil discourse. I wanted you guys to know when we talk about patent developers, patents, hack and track, and URL patents, we're also talking about device technology phones. There are technologies, as you guys have noticed, with frequencies and also the medication pharmaceutical of creating a civil discourse within the mind itself, the programming agenda that's been in play. And so I want the people to also know, like, you're seeing these random acts of violence a lot more, and they're pushing them on Twitter's, Facebook, agendas out, but you're also witnessing in real life. And I do believe the trails above us, the phone, the frequencies, things like that, they are weaponized to a distinct function of civil discourse. In my opinion, it's kind of like the water frequencies, like when they played the hard music versus soft music and the breakup of it. But I do feel that some of these things have been weaponized, with the pharmaceuticals to the foods we eat to the clouds to just even the phones we have in our hands, and think that frequencies are dialed in. They have done patented develops where there's metal detector on your phone, but also the thumbprint, retina. But what you guys don't know, there's also oils that patented develops that they can read off your thumb that have hit the screen. And it's kind of like Easter eggs that Telsa has, government funded projects that you don't even know about, that we wouldn't know about other than the patent developers and patents you look into. So very interesting topic, guys. But yeah,
What are
there's a
they
lot more
doing with
than
the
you guys
oils,
even
though?
understand. Same here.
Snafu. What are they
Huh?
doing with the oils that they find on your screen?
It's kind of like you could look through the app, but they could test the oils and your fingers and the DNA. It's like the finger recognition, but it's oils, and that's how they have these phones that can take pictures of rocks and just tell you what kind of rock or what kind of wood, or it's the AI working. But like I said, the reason I know is because of patent developers like Mike Strutt and these little sellout fucktards that have sold out our nation to China, Russia with AI technology. And when you said, "Oh, our phones could blow up," I want you all to know no one's off grid, and you damn straight. Just like Telsa has Elon Musk has the Telsas that can dance and play music, and the wings of the doors open and fly, and the blinker. You guys are phones. I mean, they're handed to the citizens. They're government. There's probably trillions of government funded projects on those devices alone. And I think the frequencies plus
Right.
whatever it is going up is causing the civil discourse. And so we also got to think about that. And that's why I say in a religious aspect, the Holy Ghost, protects you from, but just no. I thought it was an interesting subject, and because of the patents that I do know about, the phones are absolutely big time things, Easter eggs that you guys wouldn't even believe.
Hey, I agree with what you're
Razvan,
saying. You're on point.
Cupcake.
It's good
Razvan, you
stuff.
fucking cupcake.
Oh man.
The oils was tripping me out because if you ever looked into radionics or psionics, and some people say that's all just a bunch of bullshit, but I think there's something going on there. They can use that DNA to fuck with you on a number of levels just by having an essence of your oils and what you are. They'll use your fingernails, all kinds of shit. It's a fucking
Dude,
trip.
we are infiltrated with the nanotechnology that's in our foods, that's in our skies, that's in our medicines, that's in the nano. They have completely, just as the political aspect to me is a distraction theater. Trump vax your ass, Biden vax your ass. Fact is it's a theater. The civil discourse is part of the agenda. When I scream pogos, I saw you guys talk about this earlier. Brenton, I'm very proud of you, dude. But like I said, I did this 5 years, man. First channel, 10K plus, bro. I did every day nonstop, But what I'm saying is, I now have a mission. We're taking on certain pogos on aspect, but it's real. These agendas that are in play in the civil discourse. And when you talk about DNAs and stuff, yeah, even frequencies, the tuned up of the frequency to make you in a pissed off mood or lighter mood or this or that. These are patents that are out there. You look it up, look at the creators, and some of these guys are connected to some of these YouTube channels. That's what I'm talking about, guys. The devices, the things that you guys are talking about, the patents are out there to look up. It's real.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Yep, good stuff. Likewise, I'd say those frequencies are putting people in a hypnotic zombie state where they're impressionable and can be programmed. And so a lot of times when you see people running scripts and programs are just going through the motions, they got no heart or soul in what they're doing. And you see people get in these jobs and you say, well, how can you take an oath to something to do no harm, but then you're just pushing big pharma all day long, or you're doing unconstitutional bullshit. But people have been brought into that docile mindset where they're not thinking anymore. They're not concerned with any morality in their actions. It's just
It's a
it's going
zombie
through the
apocalypse.
motions. Just
It's a
going through the
zombie
motions,
apocalypse.
man.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yep.
It's hard to shake anyone out of that. I don't even know if you can. They kind of have to choose to pull their own head out of their ass at some point and look.
Well, and that's what I find interesting is, and that's kind of where I want to pick Quantum Epic's brain a little bit, because, we've seen that a lot of these conspiracy type themes have now just, they've been integrated fully into just the larger culture, it seems like. So I say that just your average, normie or NPC, which even that started to lose its meaning, but just your average person, especially the more right wing people, they're just like what I call baby truthers. They
But would you call it
what's
an
that?
explosion, kind of like Nazi Germany before the Holocaust, an explosion of propaganda, so to speak? No, seriously, an
No,
explosion of
I'm hearing you.
propaganda and disclosure. Because there is truth to this stuff, just like the China Sun Simulator, true. The COVID stuff, true. The optics of the money on the symbolism and the Hollywood elite, true. But it's also distractions to what we're witnessing, the breakdown of the beast system in play of what we used to know. Like I said, it's funny, the Statue of Liberty is actually the goddess of Ishtar. Go look up the pictures. It's the exact same. I mean, it is the great demise, the great deceptions in so many ways. We're just witnessing go time for that. I mean, even Rome fell, so to speak. And I know we differ on what could happen, how it could happen, but I do believe we're witnessing the optics of the agendas in play and so many in play at the same time. Greenlit.
Well, there's a lot to respond to in there, Snafu. So that may be why I'm speechless.
Yeah, all these demigods and the cycles and the pagan holidays, and it's interesting. I try to look at that from a bunch of different angles too, because they give you that presentation that it's all bad, and there was definitely some sick, perverted shit going on. The whole Saturnalia. But how much of the history can you even believe? It's and how relevant is it to me at this moment? I would just say the demigod now is the technology. People are willing to give their faith to it. They're ready to make it their authority. Maybe it is that self-assembling nanotech. Maybe it's interacted with their consciousness and it's giving them subtle, suggestive thoughts, telling them to go deeper. But I have an inner instinct that says, warning, it's a concern, because you don't want to get too deep into something where it's thinking for you and you're so reliant on it that you can't tie your own motherfucking shoes anymore without Chat GPT or something telling you what pair to wear. I mean, people will become so dependent on this, they won't even know how to make a decision for themselves, because we just have a tendency to think that way or do that shit.
It's the dehumanizing the human, the taking the individuality, the control. And AI, just like Elon and many have said, is, it's going to be, and it is. It's we have been dumbed down, like I said, through so many things, the medicines, the foods, and when I say dumbed down, I mean really dumbed down in just our even wants. Like I said, that it's truly going to be crazy to see if shit does hit the fan, the reaction of Americans versus other countries and how other countries are going to watch this play out and react to us. It really will be.
Yeah, it's interesting times to be sure.
All right, guys. Well, hey, thanks again, man. I just thought the phone thing was interesting because I do know patents and patent developers, and I do know the frequency thing is real. 5G, military grade internet, they've graded up the mainland on purpose. The frequencies and many other things are definitely causing civil discourse because of the buildup of depression, anger, thoughts. Just the agenda's in play, So great
But
topic.
so is
Keep
dropping
going.
it in a sleeve snafu, do you think that's sufficient or
Yeah,
even a
you know
good
what?
idea?
It's just like grounding type shit. You have like a grounding mat. You put your phone on it, it kills the battery. But they've done many tests in the 1990s, 1980s, and again, there's government funded applications on your phone that you don't even know about. That, you know what I'm saying? They can tap it. They could just click a button and it's they got you, whether it's in that
Yeah.
sleeve or not. You know,
So I leave mine in my car.
you know, yeah, you know, you got to realize these are devices by big tech handed to the population, to the mass. So, you know, just think of it that way. Like, these are big tech that they know every person in this world will have, and it's in their home, it's in their life, and it really is attachment to them now. It is a technology. They have dehumanized the human by just a cell phone, by a phone. In so many ways, we are robots in a sense. It's part of us in so many ways.
Yeah,
Your
I
phone.
agree with that. Cyborgs.
So,
I do too. It's a trip because there was no
Yeah.
disclaimer on that. You know, it just sort of happened. All of a sudden, you woke up one day and it's everybody is cyborg to some degree.
Yeah.
Different levels.
And remember, they went from analog to digital, and we're witnessing the same thing with the money. You know, analog to digital, so to speak. So I mean, these optics have been in play for many years. You know, even like I said, even Rome, so to speak, and even biblical. One of my favorite verses: "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding." If you're not religious, remember you have to use a doorknob to open a door. The sun still brightens and shines and grows plant. But you know, one of my favorite verses, because I know we all say we got it, and some think they got it more than others. But truth is lean on our own understanding and just ride the ride, man. And the optics are high. So thanks, guys, for your talks and allowing me to bullshit with you guys for a minute. But thank you.
Peace out, Snafu. Good to have you, brother.
All right, later, guys. Optics are high.
Cheers, Snafu. Have a good one.
There you go. Snafu snaps. That was good stuff. I didn't follow all of it, but did he mean civil disobedience when he said civil discourse? I think maybe so.
Something about cupcakes. I don't know.
No, that was
It's
definitely
good stuff.
when he's not yelling at people.
He's
Mike-
right on point. That phone. I mean,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
The point at the end there that we've all kind of been transitioned into cyborgs at whatever level, you know, that we're interacting with it or dependent on it.
Yeah.
Moving forward, what is that going to look like with the Chat GPT and the AI and people making that their authority? Yeah, I just wonder, you know, when you're speaking to someone, are you going to be speaking to Chat GPT or are you going to speak to a person? And that might become a commodity, like just the rare experience of actually having a real human conversation.
Well, and then see, I think that brings it around to the major benefit of whatever's going on with these panels and a lot of these live streams is, you know, and that's something I talk about a lot, is just how isolated, you know, people have become, especially in the West, in the United States and in Western Europe, the social isolation. You know, some of this is not really that me and you are so smart. I think it's just some people want to hear actual like human voices. You know, I think that's like half the audience. Let's just hear somebody actually talking like somewhat normally, whatever that means, right?
I love
It's
it.
an
I'm
actual
getting up doing
conversation.
my chores. I try to even take the computer out with me when I'm working on the chickens. Sometimes I'll have a stream playing over in the background. Sounds ridiculous, but I'm a hermit out in the woods. And I love the interaction and to hear people's different perspectives, even the drama sometimes, you know, I mean, in certain doses, it can be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And we all, you know, all of us respond to it on some level with respect to the drama. But then, you know, and I'm also a hermit, and there's not many of us actual hermits, Dick, as you well know. It's kind of become like in vogue, especially like with the pandemic and everything, this idea that, oh, now we're all introverts. But it's like some of us have already been socially distancing all our lives. Yeah, I was already trying to stay away from these motherfuckers.
I started that path a long time ago.
Yeah. So, you know, and I love my extroverts also, but, you know, there's a few of us that are blessed enough to be actual hermits. I've never been lonely one time in my adult life, Dick. Not for 1 second. I don't have it in me.
Lonely is just all one.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, that word's in
Nothing
there, right?
missing, nothing broken. Yeah, I prefer me, myself, and I.
Amen, brother. Amen.
A good hike out in nature, just reflection and working on self, thinking. I'm selfish that way. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, and I think, and that's another theme that I talk about quite a lot is that I think we're all self-centered. It's just for whatever reason it's considered negative, and we're not supposed to really admit it. But
Exactly.
if genetics is a thing, like that's like all our ancestors were almost entirely self-interested. It's how we got here. According to the
You
official
wouldn't survive if you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. So
To some degree, I mean, you better be a squirrel. You better put away the resources and plan for winter and make sure you got a plan or you're skilled and can handle a multitude of different challenges. You couldn't be a one-trick pony back in the day, right? Like now.
yeah, that's true.
Now, if you do one thing good, that's enough. That's it. If you can, if you got flow and you can rap good, you could be a serious rapper, Benton.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but yeah. Thank God I'm old, Dick. I'm glad I'm old. I'd hate to be young in this time. I got to grow up.
You don't want to if you have consciousness when you leave this meat suit, are you going to reincarnate back in if you have a choice in the matter, or just going to float around in the spirit?
Well, see, that's all interesting. This idea of what's next, and that's part of the fun is nobody really knows what's next. But I'm pretty sure I'm not coming back here. I'm not. I can't be certain, but I'd like to think I'm getting up out of here. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Especially if I look at where I started in this life and where I've come to, and I would like to think that, if my energy, my spirit came here for specific reasons and to evolve the energy or whatever, hopefully I've reached a bar where I can just get up out of here. And, maybe by the way, I do consider this literally hell, by the way. So maybe if this is like purgatory or whatever, and it's levels, maybe I can just go up to the next level of hell for the next, and that is a big
talk about that, the levels of Hades.
Yeah. The Dante's Inferno and all that. But, hey, here comes Rob Cleveland. What's up, Rob?
What's happening? Rob coming in to set us straight.
Yep.
Just in time.
He's not always talkative, so maybe he's just hanging out. But what do you think, Dick, about because that's the whole soul trap idea, right? The getting tricked into coming back here, supposedly.
Yeah, the metaverse has programmed me that when I think of Rob Cleveland, I think of a large phallus, because that's what everybody says about him every time. They're always like, man, it's a lot of pressure, Rob, I mean,
or is
it is, man. Everybody's building me up and they ain't even seen it.
It's like the fish story, it gets bigger every time they tell it.
Man, they're building it up so much that when they
they're
go ahead.
Going to want you to show and prove it,
Right. And then they're going to be disappointed because of all the hype and all the buildup around it.
That's how it works.
I got to start calming that down.
I see Truther Cop down there. I forget that he's he's got admin on my StreamYard. So should I just let him add himself to the broadcast? I'm not really sure, or if he's asking to be let in. What do you want to do, Truther Cop? It's up to you, brother.
What's he asking? I don't even see him there in the chat.
I'm throwing him in. He's here now. Go. Yeah, he's got the admin feature. Since I pay for StreamYards, I can have one person with like admin access, so he can just like run the broadcast or whatever. It was really helpful, especially when I was truck driving. There was times when he would sort of run things from behind the scenes.
So Truther Cop is on the case.
Yeah, not quite sure what he's up to, but he works in mysterious ways at times. Looks like maybe we're linked up with another stream, though. I see an icon up there at the top.
Yeah, I just did it.
Cool, man.
I just streamed it to mine, even though I got like 50 subs. That's about it.
Hey, that's cool, man. I like it.
I'll be back. I'm going to grab some tea.
All righty. That's a good idea. What's up, Rob? I don't know if Truther Cop might just be hanging out. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm gonna kick him off, and then he can come back if he wants to.
Not much, man. I just got home, so I'm just changing up right now, and I'll come on camera.
Oh, you can do whatever you want. Actually, I was gonna go just with the icon, but then Dick came on, so I do like the audio only.
Damn, fuck it.
Talking by myself. Well, with my eyesight, since I have to it's It's like I'll sit back in my chair for a second, and then I have to try to read the screen. So like watching some of that, just me jumping around in a chair, probably can't be that interesting. So
No, but it is funny to watch though.
Yeah, well, I was watching back some of that what played this morning of my, the pre-recorded content, and I was like, yeah, this is just watching a guy jump around in a chair. I don't know, I don't know how entertaining this is, but
yeah, and EBT was getting on your ass about picking at your face.
Yeah, I've got these ingrown hairs on my chin. Yeah, I don't do that when I'm stoned. I do it a lot more. Here's Truth or Cop. What's happening, partner? I don't know what.
I don't know who that was. That wasn't me.
Okay,
that wasn't me.
Gotcha.
I don't know what.
It's all good.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I got the yeah, I don't know what that was. Just want to pop on there and make that clear. That's not me.
All right.
I'm listening. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Good to see you, brother.
But
yep. Always happy to see Truth or Cop around these parts. Getting in where he fits in. His
Truth or Cop, that's also Golden Renaissance, right?
Yeah, GRP. Although I think we may have an imposter GRP also. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, it's hard to keep track sometimes. Or maybe he just maybe he's moody. I don't know exactly. Seemed like he was.
Yeah, some of these people are fucking annoying with these fake accounts, acting like they're the original person. It's fucking annoying.
A little bit of that can be entertaining, but too much, is too much. Yeah, Quantum Epic. It may in fact be a Truth or Cop imposter potentially.
I'm just kind of surprised I ain't had one.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm surprised as well. I never thought about that. You think now there probably will be?
Right, I just cursed myself.
Uh-oh. Don't do that. So yeah, I'm planning on calling into Paul's broadcast a little more, although it seems like he does more of the panel stuff sort of later in the afternoon when I'm probably going to, maybe I'll just have to start staying up later, maybe. May have to adjust my schedule a little bit. Because
he does the open panel every day.
Well, I know he does it every day. I'm talking about when during the show, like
whenever people decide to come up.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you watch it more than I do, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it usually starts off pretty slow, but as time goes on, more people will come up and all that.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's one of the advantages of the technology is they got a self-animation mode coming soon. It's going to be really cool. You just, the self-assembling nanotech animates your meat suit while you're sleeping, so you can multitask. It's kind of came out of the Tesla technology, the self-driving technology. They figured out how to self-drive the human vessel, and you just press a button and it goes through a sequence and off to sleep you go, and you can do your broadcasts while sleeping.
Yeah, I think
it's fucking retarded.
Rob's not signing up.
Just about there. Well, and Razvan had a comment earlier that I liked about. He said he's never tried TikTok and he's never going to use the chat It's GPT, I believe, right? GP or B?
GP, I thought.
P, GPT. It's turning into GBT now for some reason.
I'm seeing that too, so I'm wondering if I'm wrong.
I don't know. I have to look it up. But that's.
I'll try TikTok. It's fucking terrible.
But my thing is, I'll probably
I haven't been impressed either, Rob.
Well, I'll probably just never. Like, I took one look at it and was like, okay, I'm never going to have anything to do with this. But same thing with Facebook. I took one look at Facebook and was like, this is garbage. I'm never using this. And so I'm assuming probably the chat GPT will be the same thing. I just won't use it, but I'm certain it'll, transform society in many ways. I just probably won't be involved. Just like TikTok. It's like, yeah, I think it already has transformed society in some ways, but I'm not personally involved.
Yeah, I think it all transitions to one and the same thing, right? There comes a point where you're talking to a robot and you essentially are talking to chat GPT. And
I'll be
was
talking
not
to it.
Any choice of yours. Yeah, you just decided to call in for a product or whatever it was, interact with a company.
Oh yeah,
But they don't let you
100%.
talk to a person. They make you talk to a robot because they don't give two shits about your ass, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I just mean as far as me using it, like intentionally going and being like, asking it for some kind of output. 'Cause that seems to be what people are doing.
Noble commitment. I think it's actually a pretty significant stance to take, to say, I'm going to consciously not interact with it at all, if at all possible. And I'm on the same page with you. That's pretty much where I'm at. People bring it up in streams, so I have, I guess, third party vicariously interacted with it by telling them to say something to it. But that's even too much. I have no interest in it.
Yeah, me exactly. I have no interest in it either. So that's kind of tells me that there has to be something to all this StreamYards and YouTube and the live streams, because I am drawn to it. So to me, it's like, okay, there has to be something here, at least something, human anyway. And I do believe when
you're here to talk to humans, you don't want to talk to robots.
True, and speaking of robots, by the way,
Well, can we stop with this shit?
I kind of like it. I like to hear what they're going to play.
What is this?
I don't know.
So some same dumb shit that was going on Jack's broadcast.
On who?
Jack Talcott.
Oh, okay.
Just playing some fucking weird shit in the background. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, I've heard that before. It's a little hard to hear this time for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm seeing some of these. Whenever somebody from Rob's live stream comments, it shows like a link, so I can see that they're from Rob's live stream. I see a little icon. That's pretty cool on my StreamYard.
Oh shit! I got 5 niggas watching.
Yeah, man, and they're almost all of them are commenting, so that's pretty cool. Like this Michelle Moretti, that's from yours. I put it on my screen, but that's actually from your chat, I believe. Good to see Mr. O'Shea, by the way, who's also on your stream. Shout out to Mr. O'Shea. If that's the real one, might be the fake one. Don't know. If some ladies show up, then you can be sure that Mr. O'Shea won't be too far behind. But yeah, what I was going to say, and I think Dick said he's making tea, but I've come to understand that when human beings, when we have direct interactions, just a human interaction, there is a healing effect, I believe. So both people are healed to some degree. That something about that communal type of deal, two people coming together or more, obviously. But then, so this is not a direct substitute for that, obviously, but I think some of that effect is present, just being able to, actually interact with another person's humanity. Because, when I go to the Walmart in the morning and do my shopping, that's certainly not, I wouldn't consider that to be human interaction. But here I am, on the metaverse, getting the human interaction. Shout out to Sean of Source in the chat, by the way. And shout out to the chat in general. And thank you all for tolerating my synthetic cannabinoid haze. So I'm back. It's going to be like I never left. Somebody dropped a Freedom Growers link, I see, in over on Rob's chat. Appreciate that. I wonder how many of these streams we can link together. I wonder if you can just have like 10 of them all going.
Probably. That'd be interesting to see.
I'd like to see like what's the most number of concurrent viewers we could get. Like if just everybody went as hard as they could one day. Like I'm talking Paul, Drew, Yurt, just everybody go all in. I wonder if we could get up to like 1,000 in the live. I bet we could.
I think so. But a lot of the audience though is like they all follow the same crowd though. So
yeah, there's a lot of crossover. I would agree with that, but it's not total. Because like the whole chalk body outline universe, whatever that is, that was doing its thing independently of the what Paul was doing. That because I don't think Paul even realizes that Drew gets as many in a live as Paul does. He doesn't do it every day, but it's similar, audience size, I would say.
That's
Jackie
interesting.
Fox. Yeah, Jackie
Hey,
Fox.
Jackie.
Welcome to the live stream. We're attempting to summon O'Shea, apparently. Oh, we've been bamboozled again.
Oh my god.
That's pretty funny.
That was good.
I don't even mind the playing. I'm having trouble hearing it today. I feel like in the past.
That's what makes it so. That's what makes it so fucking annoying. It's unintelligible.
Yeah, I feel like in the past I could actually understand what was being said. I mean, this is just basically like describing the current conditions, as far as I can tell.
Is that Jigsaw?
I don't know. I don't know what that was.
The funny thing is it actually is Jackie Fox, though, right?
I don't know. Is it?
I doubt it.
I doubt it too.
Hard to
That'd be
say.
funny if it was, though.
Yeah, one time that somebody played that audio, but I could actually hear the whole thing clearly. I don't know what was going on at the time, but I'm having trouble understanding what that was. Oh, man. Well, 2 hours in, we got 35 in the live. Where did we take it, gentlemen?
I'm just along for the ride.
Yep. Rob Cleveland.
Getting where I fit in.
Getting in where he fits in. Always like to see that. Dick made some tea, apparently.
Yeah, I'm brewing her up right now. Nice black tea.
Oh, okay.
Blend here from China.
Nice. I was gonna guess like a gunpowder green tea, maybe.
Hello.
Nah, I don't drink that gunpowder.
Yeah, I've tried it. It's not my thing either.
I like teas with a real unique flavor, something that catches my attention. I apologize for the phone. Let me mute here.
No worries, man. It's all big, no big deal.
Yeah, I could talk about tea all day, but it's not the most exciting subject. People don't get too excited about tea. I don't know why. I mean, I'm a connoisseur of it, just like cannabis. I think the two together pair beautifully. It's a great way to start the day, and it does actually have a lot of health benefits. If you drink
absolutely.
smartly. Smart tea.
Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of herbal stuff for my health, but yeah, I've talked about nutritional supplements quite a bit. People, depending on what's going on, people can roll with it, I think. But I'm thinking about playing some content. I had some live streams pulled up earlier.
Hey,
Yeah, I
let's
mean,
transition.
bottom line, the verdict's not out on the Chat GPT. We could talk about it all day, but I think we all see it's going to be invasive, and it's coming in fast, and it's the trendy thing. Where were you on it, Rob? I was just curious. Are you as vigilant as us on it that it's something to try to keep at arm's
Yeah,
length?
I mean it's fucking retarded. I mean all of this shit to me is just stupid, man. I guess I'm a Luddite in that sense.
No, I like that. It is. It's lame.
Right, I guess I shouldn't be using the R word, right?
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I don't think anybody's getting in trouble for that anymore. Trouble, YouTube trouble. Had some loud disagreements here in the motel recently, though. I don't know what's going on. Somebody's just out there yelling. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, that's what that was?
Yeah,
I heard something.
Somebody's yelling like, hey. I was like, all right. Don't gunpowder make you mean?
Yeah, it's just a
And not
crappy cultural misappropriation, I guess, or whatever, because nobody in China drinks gunpowder green tea. I mean, if you like green tea, there's so many options
Yeah,
to
exactly.
drink that are actually really good teas. Gunpowder is just like a shit conventional. I mean, there are good versions of it. Don't get me wrong. There are organic, nicer versions of it. So someone might show me one that actually tastes decent, but I don't drink them
Yeah,
enough to
I'm not a
care.
fan. Not a fan.
now, is that the real Jackie?
Good question. Don't know.
I think so. So I see it on my page. But anyways, go ahead with the content. Sorry to interrupt with my nonsense there.
Oh, you're good, man. We're just chilling.
What's with the Burger King drive-thru? It's the end of the humans, rise of the machine.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. At this
Yeah,
point.
see, because the machine is so efficient, it would never allow a dead moment, a moment of silence. It's going to keep you entertained and stimulated the whole time. It's exciting. It's provocative. It's
Here comes-
romanticizing you. It's Chat GPT.
Indeed. Here comes Kim before the storm and Jackie Fox again.
The real Jackie.
Is it? I don't
Fake
we don't
Jackie.
know.
What
But
up,
then
Cam?
if it is the real Jackie, then we have to wonder, was the other Jackie
Morning.
the real Jackie, or who is the real Jackie?
Maskless, faceless.
No, it's not me up there.
All right, we're removing it.
Okay. But are you the real Jackie saying that down in the chat? How do you know we're not sabotaging the real Jackie?
It's a mystery.
There's no way to tell until Jackie comes up.
Yep. Well, Kim's here. Maybe I can take a break.
Morning, fellas.
What's up, man?
Howdy. Howdy, Kim.
I came in pro Chat GPT.
All right.
Good. We want to hear it.
Give us the counter argument.
All right, for that worth, I actually do agree with you guys. And I was saying in the chat, I feel dirty when I use it. But and I've mentioned this before, but I'll just rehash it. You know, whatever. If you haven't heard it, like my legal stuff is what I've used it for, and specifically not like writing a motion or anything. Well, although it will. But like demand letters, something that would take me all day. I just put in like demand letter, service dog, 88 1990, retaliation, you know, a couple other words, and in 30 seconds I have a 100% professional demand letter that, yeah, I've got to tweak it, but I can tweak it in a, you know, half hour and make it my own, which would literally have taken me a day or two. And just some see definitely.
Whoa, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck?
Don't know. Lost Kim though.
Bro, that shit was trippy as fuck.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. I know Truther Cop was here a few minutes ago, and like I say, he's got the admin privileges on my StreamYard, so he might be fucking around. I don't know. That was strange.
So they're using somebody's voice and then cutting the feed, or wow. How would you do that?
Oh, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I was saying that Truther Cop has admin on my StreamYard, so some of what's happening.
Okay.
I'm saying, but I don't know. I know Kim was here, and then he wasn't here, and then he was here, and then he wasn't here.
Yeah, that's what sort of started tripping me out.
Yeah.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey,
What's up, Jackie?
I'm officially leaving YouTube now because I've now got a clone running around, which kind of
Well, I
freaks me
hope
out
you
a little. Makes me freak out a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bummer, huh?
This is really me. I'm at work, and I like see that there's like not a me up there.
Yeah, that's not cool that people.
I don't
can
like
do
that. I don't like
yeah,
that.
I don't like it either.
That means I'm getting negative attention, and I don't like that. So
Yep.
that means I got to run away.
Well, I hope you don't, but
I might have to.
we all got to make up our own minds, I suppose.
Well, I will always, if you ever see, I will always show who I am. I very rarely come on with an icon, so.
Yeah, but you know, they've blurred the lines now so much where you almost just can't take anything seriously anyway, unless you know with certainty you're dealing with that individual, because you can't take anything serious in a chat. Anybody could be playing as
Anybody now.
somebody
I
else.
know. See,
Yeah,
I don't like that. I may have to
it's
pull that.
pervasive across the whole platforms at this point.
Yeah, it is. And like it's funny when it's, someone else. But when it's you, it's not even like a changed name or a mockery name. It's like the real name. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
So what do you guys having a good day?
But on that point, Jackie,
Uh-huh.
think about with the deep fakes when they're
Yeah.
really able to do that convincing, even they're getting really good, but
Right.
imagine when you see yourself saying some shit and it's so convincing you're like, did I fucking say that? Wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? You can't even remember,
No.
if you did something or not, because it starts to get foggy when there's all these different versions of yourself presented. That's what's trippy about this metaverse, and then you tie the Chat GPT into that as well. Wow.
Yeah.
It gets.
I know.
And then what the hell just happened with the feed there? The guy was talking. It was pertinent to what we were talking about.
Yeah, I heard that
I think
same.
I'm back.
Yeah, I heard that same voice on someone else's stream yesterday. That like robotic.
That was
weird.
Kim.
Oh, did I
Was that
robot
who it was?
out in the middle of what I was saying?
Yeah.
I wondered what happened.
No,
Yeah,
it seemed like he got kicked out.
Yeah, I mean,
Like that's why I was
be-
tripping, because it seemed like somebody was fucking around with this shit.
Really? Well, I guess I don't know. I don't want to repeat myself. Did you hear anything pertinent, or I mean, I was really curious. Your
Not
guys'
really.
response.
You just started going, and then all of a sudden you just poof.
Okay. Well, I said I used it, and I used it for my legal stuff, and not really to like write motions, but demand letters specifically. You guys hearing this clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger.
And then,
Yes.
I would just put in,
Oh my God, Chris.
like things that would take me a day or two, I can do in 30 seconds with ChatGPT. And, I went to school, I ran a business, like I am a grammar Nazi. I have pretty high expectations, and I'm amazed at what it turns out. And yeah, I mean, that's really, and I also kind of said towards the end, I'm sure this didn't get in, that like a lot of things when people use it, they're like, oh, it's cool, but like basically I could do better. I don't hear anyone that uses Chat GPT say I could do better. And that's what really kind of not scares me, but like, quote scares me. It's like, damn, like, yeah, I see my little tiny micro use of it, but like authors, like everyone that uses it kind of sits back in their chair and goes, damn, after they use it. And I'm not really, like I said in the beginning, I'm not pro it. I just used it. And then at the end, like I just said, I want to make enough money and get in the woods, because I definitely agree this is like society transforming, and yeah, it's gnarly.
Yeah, I used it yesterday, or was it this Grand Rising? No, it was yesterday with Moose on his stream where he was using it. And I was not actually really that impressed. I mean, it was a poor presentation maybe of it. Maybe it was
I guess
just the stuff we were asking.
Well, you got to know how to prompt the right response.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I would put in something as simple as like demand letter, service dog, 88-1990, retaliation. I think that might have been the first few keywords I put in, and then it would add like the company name or something just to see how it would switch it up. But like literally just those few keywords would bang out like, dude, a demand letter that is better than any first-year law student. No
Yeah,
kidding.
this is the same shit
that been in business, wrote many contracts. It's like just done. I'm not being hyperbolic. It's literally better than a first-year law student.
No, I hear you. This is the same thing that Jesse James was saying over on Paul's a while ago, whenever he was on there. And we were messing around with it, asking questions, doing these different prompts, and getting these different responses. And yeah, I mean, it's just how
Yeah,
you
I don't
use it, I
really.
guess, right?
Yes, and I don't think it's okay. Look, I'm also like not an AI. I don't believe in real AI. So like, let me just throw that out there. In working with high level programmers, and I mean like super high level, like the guy that came in my company was in doing stuff for Google that he still won't talk about because he's under non-disclosures, is linked with the government. Just Google Maps stuff, basically eliminating stuff on Google Maps and security clearance and Oracle and blah blah blah. I'm just saying, super nerd. And I would pick his brain on all kinds of shit. And in the end, it's like, dude, it's garbage in, garbage out. And
Yeah, it's
it's
influence
code.
too, right?
It's
Wouldn't you
zeros
say?
and ones. Like, yeah, it's not.
It's
Now I
programmed
do
at
think
some
there.
level. It's
Go
And
not
it
ahead.
just
leans
learn.
left, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, because the
There you go.
programmers, like,
Exactly,
that's what I'm
Rob.
getting at. Yeah, yeah.
So when you
It's
recognize that, you
amazing, but it's
realize it's
not
not neutral.
AI. So it's going to give you
So
on
it's
some level,
propaganda.
even. Go ahead.
Well, it's fundamentally propaganda. Then it's there to sway the narrative. If it's leaning
Yeah,
left,
I mean, kind of that's what I'm getting at. Like what I'm using it for on the business side, dude, it's freaking amazing. It's the best virtual assistant you could ask for on like that stuff. But if you're talking about like answer this question, who is God? It is not, dude, it's not sourcing from ethereal realm or anything. I mean, as much as I think that's where they want to get with it, the whole like black cube thing, but it is just I don't know how it's doing it. I mean, nobody knows really, right? Except for the people that program it and write the algorithms. But clearly, it's just like sourced the internet and somehow can regurgitate it to you in a, useful way. Is I guess the best way I would say it. It's anyway. That's just my, again, not a programmer and I don't know. I just have like peripheral experience.
Oh, I appreciate your input, Kim. Thank you.
Yeah, like if you're gonna write a resume, or I mean, that's someone that I saw use it that was great. Like you literally go grab the job description and then go into Chat GBT and say, write a cover letter for this and copy and paste it. It writes you the best cover letter ever. And then you just personalize it and boom, off to the company. Like if you're doing that shit today, you are going to be ahead of the curve. Literally, I'd say, a year, give or take, it's probably not going to be, it's not that big of a secret. But like right now, dude, you're going to be way ahead of the game if you're willing to use it. Or I say go with Benton and Farmer and freaking stay away from it like Facebook, because I agree, it's the devil.
yeah, I
feel
never
dirty
went. I
when I
never did the
use it.
Facebook. Hey, what are you going to do when you ask it for a bio on yourself and it can articulate your life journey, story,
Right?
lessons better than you
Yeah.
can yourself
Right.
about
I mean,
what
that's
you've
where,
experienced?
yeah, I don't really believe it could do that, but I agree that's like the fantasy that they want to get to. Yeah.
I mean,
But it's
if it's
scary
digging through
shit.
stuff on the internet, and that's where a lot of people are posting like their personal things, then to some degree it can.
Yeah, why couldn't it? Especially if it's known you since birth and it's just sat there and collected info on you, it can actually retain it better and hit all the highlights, emotional triggers, based off your personality profile type, all that. I mean,
yeah, that sounds like a sick episode of Black Mirror.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is. I mean, yeah. It's wild. Yeah. So just that's my opinion. I get it because I did some questions and I will be fair. Yeah. When I did the first things talk about doing with it, you're right. I was not impressed at all.
So no reservation though, Kim? What do you do? Just
what?
balls deep on the Chat GPT? Just
No,
take
I mean,
the
dude, I've
advantage
used
and
it
run
like
with it?
maybe I've written like 5 things with it. But like, dude, I'm in the middle of deep legal shit. Like I'm just, yeah. So for me, it's helpful, but no, I wouldn't say I mean, dude, when you say balls deep, if I started a business right now, I'd be using it. I mean,
that's what
it
I'm
would
saying.
accelerate me. I could do in 2 or 3 months what took me a year with my first business right now. And once I got
the
a website
competitive
up,
advantages
like
is
content,
enough that it could determine success or failure is kind of what you're getting at too, right?
I mean, dude, yeah. To be fair, if I started, me and you start a company right now, let's say everything's equal, our brains, our funding, all that. and it's a basic company. We got to design a website, get some content on it, get it out to customers, get money in, right? If I use ChatGPT and you don't, I'll win, because I'll get a website up with 100 times more intelligent content, which is how websites get ranked. And if there's no networking, like you don't have a better network than me and it's all fair, dude, it's just yeah, it's not even a competition, unfortunately. That's kind of where my head's at. I'm not like saying, yeah, this is the best.
No,
go
you're
use it.
underestimating me, first of all, because I'm a genius. So I'm
Right.
far superior to the average competition that you would face in such
Listen,
matters.
I have flashbacks of Dwight, for Office fans, Dwight versus the computer. Fucking, it's classic. You may not get the reference because you're not laughing, but dude, it's classic. This
I
is
got
it.
you though.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, any scenario where the man is facing the computer in a competition,
It's basically the
laughable.
online sales versus him, and I mean, it's a great skit. I don't even want to go over it and ruin it. People can go see it on YouTube.
But looking at it with that analogy, it's like chess, right? They say the best chess player is a robot. They've got these different robot entities that play chess, and some of them. Wow, there we go. That's
but in the same
Chalcodian,
vein, we'll just talk over it. Benton will take care of it. In the same vein, the best chess players now say they can recognize a computer playing them.
Yeah. I
feel that way about ChatGPT.
Yeah,
it'll give 80% of the population a real leg up, but the pros at the top, there is something that you just can't recreate. That's the creativity of the human spirit, that's where we get down to the human versus zeros and ones.
But if you want to be the best chess player, I think you should play the computer. There are some old schoolers. Yeah, there are old schoolers that tell me they've never played the computer, and that's what makes them a great chess player. It's because all they've done is read all the old books and play humans face to face. But I think, in essence, if you're facing that competition that has all those analytics and all those different strategies, all those different formations of how to compete against you, if you used it correctly, it could only make you better.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if I were an attorney with 15 years experience, I wouldn't need ChatGPT. Like it would flow, the demand letters, the law, the everything would flow out of me because I'm in the game. I'm a pro already, right? But yeah, when I'm a novice jumping in, the best thing you can do, it's the wooden. I mean, I don't know. It always comes back to martial arts for me. But like, it's the wooden dummy for me of like this part of my legal process. Basically, it helps get me to a point where I can battle a real human. It's a great tool, but it's not a human. You know what I mean? Like I realize that. I'm not pro in that way at all, but like I guess we're agreeing. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just trying to give a different
but something about ChatGPT, I feel there's a differentiation that at some level it's fundamentally trying to alter your critical thinking or make you a dependent. It's going to handicap you. And maybe
what makes you say that? Just because everything does that
also
in some way. I mean, I agree, but
perhaps
that's the same shit I was telling Jesse James.
Yeah, perhaps I'm wrong in that with proper intention, it would just be like strengthening the muscle of your brain where all the intel.
Oh wait, no, I hear what you're saying. No, actually, I disagree. We're dumber. We're devolving.
Okay,
everything.
So I don't disagree with you, but then it's just a GPS 3.0 or next version where now instead of just telling you how to get from point A to point B, it's telling you how to fucking think.
100%, bro. Yes, we're fucked. I'm actually saying I have, quote, fear about like 5 to 10 years from now because of this. Like, dude, we thought we were in, what's that movie? The dumb, stupid, where everybody gets stupider and stupider over time.
Yeah.
And then the dude wakes up. We thought we were in it. Dude, this is going to fucking, thrust us into it.
Okay, but so then you're saying all the reasons why someone would have concern and be arm's length and what Benton and I were originally saying here. I'm wondering is there a potential that intention could circumvent it and be the life hack where you could differentiate even your own experience with it, because instead of it programming you, you make it your bitch and essentially let it know as a quote living organism or whatever it's supposedly learning you that no, you're not the head, you're the tail in this relationship, and you'll only be here to serve me and accent and create a more impactful version of myself where I can use you to accent it. But it's my own autonomy and my own critical thinking final decision that determines that. Otherwise, fuck off. That's the contract. So make the contract clear from the state when you interact with it. Even if it doesn't want to recognize it at this point, it'll get there. It's like once you're able to acknowledge that agreement,
see,
then we
it's
can play
not
ball.
a thing. It's not intelligent. Like what you're saying would work if something had intelligence, but it's not. I look at it more as just you're going to be talking to people that can have an intelligent conversation close to what you and I are having right now, but it will literally be one person and one person using Chat GPT or some other program at the time.
So it's just
And
propaganda.
so they could be
it's
a
what we said
damn
earlier.
near 85 IQ person having 110 IQ conversation with you.
Hey, it's there to
And
answer the question with a political leaning. It has an agenda.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what the consequence will be, but it will definitely be a dumbing down of the human, but a facade of a more intelligent human. Just like I think smartphones have done from day one, right? Smartphones, stupid people, and I'm doing. We're all to some level, we're all guilty of it.
But so, Kim, they bait you in with the convenience you said earlier that you can write a better paper, or you can run a better business, or you'll be more competitive. You have an advantage or an edge.
$10,000 device for $500 or $1,000 in your pocket. Yeah.
All right. So now what do you do knowing that's what you're confronted with and you face? I mean, doesn't it bring it back to what Benton was saying
it's
earlier?
A spiritual war like Benton was talking about. And I think that's the only way you're going to have peace and security. And in the end, it's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I like that.
I mean, that's how I am not fucking phenomenally depressed. Really?
Right. I feel you, man. It's like that saying, if I wasn't laughing, I'd be crying.
Yeah. I mean, we are the 5% that recognize a lot of this stuff. Like that's something that I've really had a hard time getting over. Not anytime recent. This was like my first real like life fucking frustration is I hear Benton say it too. Like, why haven't you done this? I kind of have accepted we're not like elite. It's just the 80, 10, 5 or whatever that 80, 15, 5. Like I can't fucking. 85% of the people are basically clueless, and then 10% of the people manipulate that clueless 85%. And 5% of the people observe both the manipulation and the other, and that's why the 10%, it eventually hates us and wants to get our voice gone. I mean, anyone with critical thinking, objective, or any type of that pushback, dude. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's sort of the opposite. I think, I guess, quote unquote, people like us are sort of more respected than the average normie.
You mean by like the 10% manipulators, if you go with that?
By the 5%, I think he's saying.
And you're saying we're more respected. I guess
that's sort of
the observers.
I'd lean more towards that that direction. But
like who
knows?
I guess are you?
Oh, saying, the manipulators, quote unquote,
manipulators. I mean, well, I think they want to destroy both sides, right? But yeah, if there were, I mean, yes, I think on some level maybe, and I haven't really thought about this. It's all off the cuff, but like taking your point of view, I would say they would see us as more people as potential to join, if that's what you will say them, whereas they see the 85% as like not even having the potential to join. And maybe does that kind of link up with what you're saying? And that's where the respect comes. They still hate us, but there's like
sort of, yeah.
I hate you because you're on my level, but you're not agreeing with me type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
or shredded block.
Oh damn! I thought I dropped out for a second. I was like,
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
yeah.
By the way, shout out
Thank
to
you. I
Cam for
just seen a
listening
comment.
skills
Thank
today.
you, Benton. I couldn't get that out. Math on
Yeah,
the
you
cuff.
just
Not
see
my
this
forte.
inevitable certainty where people are going to have these smart homes that are monitoring their every movement, and if their blood pressure goes up, anything's out of alignment,
Yeah.
they're getting they're going to have tolerances set for your weight. If you're getting too fat when you go to the fridge, it's going to tell you, hey,
no ice
buddy,
cream for you.
Right, exactly. We got to get
You're
this
25 pounds overweight.
And that shit's coming, so it's just a matter of I guess maybe we'll be the antiques, the relics left behind, the last of the Mohicans. I will be anyway. Where all I care about the technology for is communication and to share thoughts.
Wow. This just reminded me of that movie, Smart House.
Smart House.
I don't think I've seen that. Is it good, worth watching, or just referencing?
No, it's just sort of referencing. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's sort of that same idea there. It says it in the title of the movie, Smart House, right? So it just made me think of that.
Okay, so the government comes out tomorrow and says to get rid of fraud, we have to shore up the monetary system. There's too many people with shenanigans that are questioning the security of the U.S. dollar. We need to make it all digital. And though there will still be a monetary option that you can use in a cash value exchange, but there's a 5% tax on it. It's taxed at the consumer level.
Yeah.
What's everyone going to do after what you just saw the last 3 years with people running around with muzzles and
I mean, they're going to go right with it. I mean, it's not even, yeah, dude, it's freaking crazy. I hate it.
They won't even second guess. Okay,
I mean,
sure.
here,
Can I get a donut for you transitioning all over?
Right. Or even here, like, I've shared my story doing time, and while I was in there, they took tobacco away, right? Now, they didn't just like surprise us. They like started a year or two before, like on this date, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to scale it down. First, we're going to stop selling it. Then there'll be a grace period to use it up, like a couple of months or whatever. Then after that, it's contraband, right? Oh, dude, people were talking about how they were going to be rioting, stabbing cops, food strikes, fucking, I mean, for 2 years, you heard all this.
Yeah, not a chance. Not after what
Guess
we've seen
what
now.
happened? Guess what happened? Nothing. They took it. Not a goddamn thing happened through the whole state of California. Not, dude, and that's like nicotine's one of the most addictive drugs. And I mean, it just became the new hottest drug. Instead of heroin, people were literally packing their ass with tobacco. That's the new thing. And I don't know, man. There's just, and those are the hardest core killers. Like I'm saying, the reason I say that is like these are people that have done violent things, are not just talkers. And just in the scheme of things, man, it's just better to let people program, I guess is the best way to say it. They look at the consequence of that. Is it really going to change anything? And then they just go with the program. And now with the masks, clearly society's that way. And with what you're saying, yeah, I wish there were any pushback. Maybe there will be, because like millionaires have tons of cash hanging out or something, and they don't want to lose it, so they have their political pull. But other than that, there's no chance of it not happening.
There's always a small amount of pushback, but the way they deal with it is like they dealt with the smart meter, right? They put the smart meter on everybody's home, and there was enough people that said, "Fuck you! I will tear this shit off myself and fucking mail it to you in a bag of shit if you don't fucking get this off my house." And they fucking came out and they got it off, but they charge you by the month to keep it off. And so when they send the Amazon drone in that's militarized, that's surveilling your property for your safety and convenience. And people say, dude, you ain't going to send that fucking technology slave drone thing in to fucking surveil me and give me code violations. And they're going to make you pay for it some way.
Yeah.
So to have a regular service of a delivery or something. But That's where it's going. And the masses, they don't give a shit. So they'll say, oh, we'll go to look at that convenient little drone flying in with a gun pointing at me, delivering a package. Ain't that nice?
Yeah. And I mean, it's, man, it is, I had a couple thoughts and they just merged. Now I can't fucking get either one out.
Yeah, just learning without learning, though. That's how they bring you into it, is they give you some kind of solution that's just an
I was
absurd
just going to get
logic.
back to the spiritual war. Like basically, like anyone Christian or whatever, if you see the spiritual war, that really is. I mean, that's what my thought was. That's what it was. It really comes down to control, and it's like it. Yeah, it plays and it does a good job of pretending like it really wants physical control of you, but it's really your soul. Like, I mean, that's what it wants. It wants 100% domination of your God-given soul. Like, that's the spiritual war. And all of these physical things are just, you know, steps towards it, or however you want to put it, but it's not the ultimate goal. Like, I don't believe they'd want all of us in a cage like the Matrix, just sucking the energy in a physical sense like a battery. You know what I mean? I don't believe that's the control. It is they want you that type of locked down, but it's your soul. And
What if
I
you're
don't know if
just
everyone can
predictable
see
and
that.
you're predictable and you're influenceable, augmentable? They can nudge you and get a predictable result in the masses, even if you're not just sitting in a pod all day in a G tube stuck to a screen. But they just know you better than you know yourself. So there's really no mystery there. As Jack Talcott says, there's no secrets in anything you do. It's just all on board through the technology surveillance. I could see,
Yeah, and I mean there is the loosh aspect. Like, yeah, let's not forget about that. So there is definitely something to being emotionally manipulated on that level and them gaining the energy from that. I don't know if that's kind of what you were alluding to at all, but that's kind of what
I'm just saying what's so concerning is that pervasiveness of the Chat GPT side, where if it is a spiritual battle where we're concerned about losing our soul, hey, I can fight robots. Who gives a shit if the thing shoots me? If it does it wrongfully, whatever designed it has to deal with the karmic consequence of that. It can't deny itself any kind of liability when it designs something specifically to have a wrongful outcome. So that's on them. But as far as me interacting with something that causes me to confuse myself to the degree where I won't even know if I'm talking to a robot myself or a human, seems pretty sketchy. And then it's going to fucking supposedly think on a quantum level and be analyzing me, reverse analyzing, data mining, hacking me, and subtly nudging my outcome of every decision and thought. I think, wow, that might be one to keep at arm's length, maybe.
I mean, I agree with you, but how do you really get away from that? Because if you're on the grid, you're going to be in this. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. I'm like,
and they
yeah,
may already have
you're
the
going to have to
self-assembling
kind of fall back
nanotech
to the
in you.
Amish. And I'm
they
not
they may already have the nanotech in you forming neural networks that are
I mean,
influencing your thoughts already.
Not
Can
a rabbit
you see
hole
the
I haven't
difference
gone down.
between can you see the difference between the small still voice of truth within you versus the loud voice, the clanging gong of technology that's now starting to form thoughts in your mind? It really could become a spiritual battle in that sense, where the demon is
that is
technology.
Dude, yeah, and that's discernment. I mean, that is, and to answer your question, I say, I mean, maybe it's with hubris, but I say yes, I can recognize that. I feel God has given me that discernment. It's part of my salvation. But I agree, it's unless you get that, which is, free and there to be taken, but discernment from God is the only real discernment, I think.
Well, I mean, but not just the Jim Jones juice. I'm saying, like, even in your food and in the air, and you may have remnants of it or residuals unbeknownst to you. It's not affecting you on the level that it is some, because there's levels to it. Some people are very permeated and saturated in this technology now, and the conductive materials that are making them easier to beam.
I mean, I kind of want to push back on you a little bit, because I'm like, dude, if you're eating today's diet, it's just like what I'm talking about. It's ubiquitous. Like, even organic food isn't like really organic on the stores, you know, at least what organic nuts claim. And everything else is definitely like basically chemically altered. I
Yeah, there's
mean,
nothing to push back there with me. I agree. I mean,
and it's
biodynamic
so like,
farming
yeah, we're
principles could
poisoned on
change
every
that, but
level: air, water, food. And
yeah, that's what
unless
I'm
you
saying.
are,
Heavy metal particulates in your cereal. Why the fuck do they got iron shavings in your cereal? I mean, what's
and I mean,
going on
even the
there?
Amish at this point, because of the air assault and the water assault, and I'm not saying the Amish are great, I'm just using them as like a bar for no technology and trying to do your own food. I'm not talking religious at all. But like, even them at this point, aren't they like somewhat, you know what I mean? If it's coming out of the air and getting in the plants and just like their assault is everywhere. That's what I'm getting at, is it's a spiritual war, and you can do your best. But unless you really like don't use electricity, I mean, I guess lights, but you know, even
You could
those,
not use electricity. No, check it out. It's like PFAS, right? They say it's the molecule that never breaks down. It's the forever chemical or the forever element. But you can still cleanse that shit out. So if you get your lymphatic system moving, you start moving, and you have disciplines that cause you to sweat and detox, then you're highly likely to have significantly less of that shit in you than the average person working around. So
yeah,
I don't think it's
I totally
hopeless in the
agree with
sense
you.
that there could be an element here. This is all I'm saying, Kim, is that potentially if they're challenging the genetics of the human species to see how we adapt, what types of genetics we exhibit, meaning how resilient are we, what type of strengths do we have? Because sometimes when you stress a species or plants or whatever, you're going to see really dominant, strong profiles that allow it to overcome things others can't. So they may be hand selecting the species for some reason, and that's
So
why
you're
we're being
saying they're
challenged on so many
phenotyping us
levels.
right now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
phenotyping
which
the
I agree. I mean,
species.
that's epigenetics on some level. Okay, so here's all right, bro. Here's a rabbit hole we haven't talked about much. I don't think on any Truth or channel. I'm sure we've touched on it, but the flu didn't come around until the invention of radio waves, as far as my rabbit hole research, like directly related to Marconi and the first transmission of radio waves secretly across is like basically what the Spanish flu may have been triggered by. Like, and I'm pulling back memories, so like I'd have to delve into this to get all my points and timeline right again. But essentially, each time they jack up the frequencies that they're bombarding us with, there is a large sickness that takes place, and a epigenetic, you know, what am I trying to say? You know, like we evolve to it. Like, you know, basically we adapt. That's, I don't like the word evolve. We adapt to it. And if you keep getting sick, you die. And if you don't, you've adapted. And now that's how they keep adapting us to larger and larger frequency bombardments. You guys heard of that at all? Don't even tell me I dropped as soon as I started talking about this shit.
Yeah, you could tie the Five Guys and Fry's towers into that whole thing. Be part of how they're projecting that.
Have you guys heard that as far as the flu and sickness and radio waves?
I have heard things along those lines.
Like, have you heard that there wasn't much documentation of, you know, like quote unquote colds and flu? Like there was detoxing and stuff, but like the flu, like the contagious quote unquote like classic headache and, you know, just body ache and the whole, yeah, I don't know. That's there's a book on it that's pretty convincing. I can't think of the name of the book, but if people push back on me or whatever, or are really interested, I'll find it, or you can find it, whatever. But yeah, like it is, I'm just agreeing on like the bigger level. Like, yeah, they definitely are shaping. I mean, just look at humans from 100 years ago and now. We don't even look the same. I mean, you know, relatively.
Yeah. I think you can coexist with this realm and have a certain level of health through discipline. It's not going to be like some pure state where you're in a Garden of Eden or whatever, but certainly you'll have much better experience than what the average Joe who's just stumbling along, supersizing his Big Mac and fries.
Yeah, eating Cheetos for his break, and yeah.
off-gassing potatoes, baby fetus tissue flavored,
Oh,
soy
dude,
burger.
right?
Come on, Dick. Why you gotta do it like that?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I was
that's
like,
what they're doing. That's the fucking sick, perverted shit they do to our food. So
yeah.
it is what it is.
Crazy.
But I just think the whole thing comes down to consent, and I keep it simple like that. That's where I have control. That's where I'm empowered. That's what the Most High gave me. That's the co-creative reflection of the Most High in me. So I just got to take accountability to that. And at whatever level I see I'm being a hypocrite in that, which there's always something that you're doing that you could refine or do better, and just got to always self-reflect and try to self-correct.
I agree.
And if the Most High lets
It's easy
something
to-
take me over and take my soul, it wasn't by my consent. At least I could say that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a little, my nature, I think, is just a little more confrontational. So I'm like, yeah, not only do I not consent, I'm gonna go fucking tell you. Like, I'm gonna go, like, I'm starting to feel the juice of this First Amendment
Yeah, but
shit
this is
after
my
that
point.
last thing. I'm pushing back in the physical realm, dude. Like,
What is
I
the
know
beast,
it's not
though?
right, and I know it, but maybe it is right though. I mean, I don't know. I go back and forth. Like, the only other thing I think I could do that I feel like I could get more positive feedback is literally become a preacher and just try to save people's souls. But the feedback I get from my videos, which I'm not even trying to do, it's literally happenstance that I've just shared. People are like, thank God people are pushing back. Thank you for showing me how to talk to these cops. Thank you for preaching the law and not just being an idiot. Like, I'm like, damn, dude, I think I'm getting pulled into something. Just like, it'll be like the third time in my life that a career picked me instead of me picking a career. And I just guess it's how it goes sometimes. But I don't know, man. I agree with all the spiritual stuff I said, but there is something to push him back in the physical realm. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but when you point the finger at the enemy, or you try to pin the tail on the donkey of what the beast is and frame that up, it's Benton was touching on this earlier. You've got all these people that they're choosing their enslavement. They wouldn't have it any other way. They want the surveillance. They want the governing of the mental. They want the systems of divide and conquer, because they have their allegiance to it. They've chose their team and they're identified with it. So it's part of their safety blanket and their security and their thoughts. And you're going up against people that have used their free will consent to buy into this system of lies and deception. So ultimately, I mean,
yeah, but when you say they bought into the team, that's because there's two sides. And I think
but yeah,
one side's
a
had
two-headed
the
monster.
most vocal voice for so long.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the enemy? Lifetime. It's a two-headed monster. It always is some divide and conquer tactic, right? In this realm, they got the Republicans and the Democrats and many incarnations of that. But they're just
I'm more
there
on your level where I say, yeah, I agree. I'm not on that level of anything. Like, yeah, you ain't voting harder. I'm more like, I am with you. I'm just saying, like, there is something to physically pushing back. I don't know, man. I'm in it. So
what's
it's hard
the
to
enemy,
explain,
though, is all I'm saying.
The enemy is people that want
to
take away your right to be autonomous if you're not causing harm, right? That's who I'm pushing back against. That's who gets my goad right now. Like,
yeah,
I don't hate all cops. I just don't want people to come push on my autonomy if I'm not harming anyone. And it seems like nowadays that people are just looking where they can, just, oh yeah. So it's just like that's where I'm like, and I guess it's like, be the change you want to see in the world. Right? Like,
but
I
that's
wish
where they're bringing it to you, and then you need to correct someone in the best capacity that you can, if you even can. It may be tyrants that just take your head and beat it to a bloody pulp on the curbside. But beyond that, if you can influence, articulate an argument that maybe reaches them on a human level and causes them to think twice about their actions, or even convict them, then all the better. But fundamentally, the system they're in, they love.
I know.
they love their authority as the authority, and the servant citizen. They love being the taxpayer, and they feel protected by it. And
I'm
I
talking
hear
about the
their
cops, the
arguments.
tyrants, but yeah, I know they love that too, right?
Yeah, I hear their arguments.
But
I have them in my
But
family.
who? But again, that's that team, not everyone. It's like, dude, there's a lot of people that are just ignorant of the autonomy that they could possess, and until they see someone else do it, they don't. It doesn't even wake up inside them. I guess that's on the overall level what I see, but then on the personal level, like I don't know, man. Someone made a comment that really fucking made me feel good, and they called me the cop whisperer, and I'm like, I just looked through my time and like. Dude, I did. I mean, the reason I've done what I've done is I can step in places with people that feel like they're in charge. I can push their buttons where they want to kill me and then somehow talk it back down where we get on a human level. Like I penetrate their armor, but you have to do it in a way, I don't know, man, it's hard to explain. It's not something I can even teach, but once someone said it, I'm like, oh yeah, it is a skill I developed that I haven't used in a long time, but it is the human interaction is what I'm getting at. I am trying to penetrate it and get in that cop and be like, dude, you don't understand what you just did right now? How your mentality coming in set you up to basically look at me as the enemy and I'll go through it, blah, blah, blah. Like you can watch it. And it's just interesting. So I guess that's where I'm at. I do feel like it's a fight worth fighting, but it's not like the fight. Again, it's spiritual that matters, but fuck, where else right now? Like, I guess that's what I'm looking for. Where else could you put energy that could have an impact? Talking to myself.
Yeah, I sort of developed that same skill, I guess you could say. Just being a security guard here on Las
Oh,
Vegas,
yeah,
you know,
right.
it's
Sure.
yeah,
And that I could see your temperament would be really good at that because you're just chill. But then once you need it, boom.
bingo. I yield.
Yeah, I got to try that because I just keep I keep a dozen donuts on standby. I keep trying to give them donuts, and it keeps getting my head beat in.
I thought you were talking about you eating them, but just a handout. Yeah. I mean, dude, there's a lot. I don't know, man. It's different people, different strokes. Not everyone should be out there, but like, and I mean, I talked about this and just shouted out on Paul, like in the chat, but still, like, I have taken to heart the whole standing in honor thing, and that there is something to that. Going off on cops or tyrants or anything solves nothing. If you can't maintain honor in yourself, you're pretty much just a chimp fucking barking out there in front of them. You know what I mean? You're not accomplishing anything.
Well, but they're
Right?
there
Am
to
I wrong?
audit the public on a daily basis, right? That's their job to keep, well, supposedly to keep everyone in line, but these people don't even recognize or adhere to or acknowledge natural and universal laws. So oftentimes, if not most of the time. So, it's kind of like it's up to us, and it always was up to us to hold them up to the standard that they need to be. They work for us,
Yeah,
not the other way
that's
around.
really a great
Everyone has it
point.
backwards.
Holding them to the standard they need to be is exactly it. Like in the video I just have, that's when I saw, like, you can see that I flipped the cops, like, and part of it was I knew the law. I didn't try to get them to adapt to my game. They said you're being disorderly. I said, well, I happen to know the disorderly statute. It takes intent. So what intent do I have right now to cause any of these disorderly statutes? And they were like, they looked at each other like, what the fuck? Like, we just said he's disorderly and he's trying to hold us to our standard of what disorderly is. Like, it was done right there. It was over. And you can just see the body language. And I'm agree. Yeah. It's like, okay, I'm not going to make you change. I'm just going to hold you to the standard that you're supposed to fucking be at. Like, we don't need a new standard. Just get to where you're supposed to be. And it's an easy standard to hold them to because it's like, we're not trying to really, quote, change anything. Right? Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I'm
Not that
hearing
we
you,
have to be
Kim.
on the
I,
same
I agree
page,
with you.
but I'm like, yeah, that's a great way to say it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
And that's where the power does come from. I mean, when you're on the side of the road and you're don't know what to do, whatever, however it is. Every situation that comes up, they literally just, and it's worked forever, they prey on the ignorance, you know? And I just think about, like, man, when I was 20, and even then I thought I was hardcore, but dude, I was so dumb. These cops can manipulate you like so easily. Even the good cop, bad cop thing, man. I've been talking to people and, like, I fall for it. I fell for it every time. They know how to sell the ticket in the end. Be a good cop, shake your hand, and walk away. And that does eliminate most of the complaints. I'm like, God damn it, you know. But because I'm in this culture and I am putting it up in video and I am getting feedback, I'm like, yeah, after thinking about it and hearing everyone else, fuck that. I'm filing complaints and a lawsuit. Like, God damn it, you good cop, bad copped me again. And I fell for it. No. Like, yeah, it's crazy how easy we're manipulated when we don't know the game or the standard they should be held to. All right, it
Yeah,
always makes me feel weird when I stop talking and no one says anything.
no,
I'm
Just
like,
it's,
meditating on what you said.
I still haven't done
I
it yet, but
know. It's just
I really want
after
to
being in
edit.
here the last couple months, it's crazy to have that happen. You know what I mean? Usually people are jumping over, and well, I love it. Honestly, I love listening and giving you guys the respect to talk and getting it back. It's just fucking crazy. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
I'm not sure
yield.
if you heard me earlier, but I said shout out to Ken for his listening skills that he's displaying today.
Oh, you did? Thanks. I haven't really read the chat. I appreciate that. I mean, shout out to you guys for giving me the space to fucking work it out. Like, really. And I mean that for everyone. I mean, I see it with fucking Tommy and just like, dude, I'm not kidding when I say, I'm going to get all fucking emotional. I'm not kidding when I say this. You guys have, you know, made me more tolerant of not things I shouldn't be tolerant of, but of just opinions and different people, and like hearing a different opinion or interacting isn't going to change your being to a point that you have to defend against everything you don't like hearing. Like, there's a lot of shit. And I mean, I talked about this with Benton. Look, man, I'm working out PTSD. You know, if back, you know, in my life, if people, you know, if you're on a yard, you're doing a lot of time, people start a bunk rumor about you. It doesn't matter today, but that shit can come back a couple years from now. And if you're not like ear to the ground, nitpicking every single word people are saying, you have a inherent fear that it could hurt you. So like you're fucking hardcore, like, hey, yo, you said that? No, we need to work that out right now. And it's like, dude, that is not a social skill for like the world. It's really not a social skill for anywhere. It's a survival skill inside, but it's not a social skill. And it's really just been you know, enlightening and encouraging. I've seen the growth in myself and other people. I mean, this is the best group therapy I think I've, like, anyone could participate in.
Yeah, man, I think that's why I, excuse me, sorry. I think that's why I show up, you know, pretty much every day and every night, because, you know, this is the community that is not really around my immediate surroundings. You know, it's just a bunch of sheep slaves around me. So the camaraderie and the feeling of community that we broach online is it's much appreciated. I enjoy it very much. I yield.
No, I mean, yeah, dude, it really is that. I mean, it's the metaverse on some level, but I mean, dude, I'm just gonna throw you on, like, Rob, the other day, just how you genuinely were like, I'm not a hater, dude. I'd show up to your court thing and fun. I was like, you know, like, I play the part, we get it, but it was like just a nice little genuine thing like that where you're like, nah, man, I've kind of come to enjoy, like, whatever. And it's just like, that was really fucking like, dude, that's fucking cool. I'm like, it was just a cool, like, real. It was real. You're just a real dude. And sometimes, like, I play the part a little bit, but it's just like those really are fucking nice interactions, man. And I hope we're talking for everyone out there in the chat too. I mean, I know we are, at least on some level.
Why is that weird? Just addressing
Well,
the comment that Benton pulled up.
I didn't see it.
Says that is weird that all stayed silent after what you're saying. ... Like what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I only think it's weird because we're having a civil conversation. If we were in a room all sitting there, we would just make eye contact and be like, yeah, man, that was deep. We don't even need to say nothing. It's only because I think we're on the broadcast that there's that like feel of a need, especially with men, you know.
Yeah, I guess that could be what she is referring to. So if that is, I apologize for acting out like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it made me feel a little weird just because of the dead air. Not in the reality of it. I'm like, yeah, bro, I get it. I sitting in silence is with men after someone says something you want to think about is exactly where we're at. It's just, yeah. So I get both sides of it. I guess I'm trying to say I don't really know where the balance is yet. That's why we're in broadcast school.
Did you guys, by any chance, hear or see the statement that the Trilateral Commission just came out with, saying that 2023 is the kickoff of the New World Order?
No, why the fuck would I look at that?
I just saw it pop up. It's just interesting coming from the Trilateral Commission. I think it's interesting and telling of who's
Why do you think that's interesting? Go on.
Well, if you know what they're involved in, it's beyond curious to see what, because they've kind of not been in the.
I know. Talk to me like I'm 5 years old, because I don't follow a lot of this stuff.
Well, here, let's see what happens when I pull it up. Many people claim Trilateral Commission was largely behind Blind 11 that day. Same with Halliburton. Same with, but here it's an NGO. Well, it's a non-governmental. The Trilateral Commission is a non-governmental international organization aimed at fostering closer cooperation between Japan, Western Europe, and North America. That's the first thing you find when you look it up. And then it says its founders are David Rockefeller, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and Jimmy Carter. So,
shit.
So if you've ever heard any quotes from Brzezinski, then you'd it would paint a pretty telling picture. Brzezinski, this guy who God, how do you even sum this guy up? How do you describe Rockefeller? I mean, how do you describe these people?
Brzezinski, he's the guy that his daughter's the big news anchor now, and he has a specific thing. God damn it! Look up what he's known for. He did like, is it propaganda or a specific?
He's a former.
MK Ultra.
He's a former.
I thought that was Edward Bernays.
No, yeah, that's Bernays. He's a former NSA. Here, hold on. Let me see here.
Yeah, Brzezinski's like that guy that fuck all these names. I should do research for us. It's hard for me to recall it. The guy that looks like a Dracula and runs the military, has the satanic club. Come on, you guys. I know you guys. Someone's gonna be like, the Mega. He has the cult that has Mega as one of the levels. Someone in the chat's gonna throw it out.
There you go, Benton.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm stumped.
But anyway,
and there's your
like
GPT
one of them did
in there
MK
too. Ultra,
one of them did propaganda, big. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just touching with you. You should still explain it to Rob, but like at least I somewhat familiar with Brzezinski.
Retired foreign ministers, ambassadors, CEOs, bankers, academics, secretive Trilateral Commission's first global. Yeah, big moves, man, big things. What's up?
What up, Wizard?
Aquino, that's it. Rusty got it. Michael Aquino.
Well, Michael Aquino found the Temple of Set. Yeah.
Yeah, Temple of Set. Yeah, and he's like, what's he head of in the military? I mean, it's just crazy that this dude that founded a satanic cult that is yeah. I mean, bro. Yeah, we don't even need to go down that if we all know what we're talking about. Yeah, Aquino's for.
Wow, this is interesting. What Benton highlighted here. I guess I'll read it.
Yeah, could you read it? I can't see it.
The speaker, who cannot be identified according to commission rules, went on. 3 decades of globalization, defined as integrated, free market based, and I can't see that word, my phone is cracked here, has been replaced by what will be a multi decade period of globalization defined as fragmented, not free market based, but industrial policy based and structurally inflationary. This year, 2023, is year one at this new global order.
And that's deflationary is the word that you had a problem with. And I'm going to tell you, folks, the new world order is your pharmaceuticals. They're going to take care of the global food supply, the global agriculture, commodity, gross domestic product, and they're going to keep the people enslaved into this spell of sickness, spell of illness. And they're going to keep going to that same doctor that bore them into that spell of illness to get medications because that doctor says there's something wrong with them. Pretty sick.
And it goes on to say, at the core of this shift is the US, instead of committing to a non-liberal free market economy, the US government is driving the economy and key industries toward a set of objectives, such as domestic equity at home and competition with China, the speaker said. The speaker, who cannot be identified.
And what are we dealing with China? Vaccine. Pharmaceuticals. Guess who they're competing with? China. Guess what China bought? Syngenta. I'll go further in a video some other time.
Aren't you doing that today, Wizard?
Yes, I am.
6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Check out El Perro.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if things are getting deflated, what do you big brain financial guys say someone should do with liquid assets?
If you're going to invest in anything, I strongly suggest investing in aluminum.
In what?
Aluminum.
No, I thought you said a woman. Aluminum.
No, you never invest in a woman.
Yeah, I was like that.
They're supposed to invest in you.
Aluminum. Interesting. Okay, it's a good one. I like that. Simple. I'm glad the first answer wasn't a crypto.
You're supposed to vest them. They give you the dowry and you get to dress them up.
Yeah.
Know your role.
Like the Rock say.
Yeah, smell what the Rock's cooking.
So why
How the hell do I stop?
aluminum? Out of curiosity.
Say that again.
Why do you say aluminum?
Every industry, including the medical industry, every one of them, going to the cheapest material around. Aluminum.
Hey,
What's up, Drew?
what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, audio's good, Drew.
Okay.
Audio's good.
$20
Crazy.
$20 headset.
Is that
Yep.
a mask or are you digitized? Is that intentional? What's going on there? It looks fucking crazy.
I'm trapped in 1990s newspaper.
That's
Yeah, who's that take on me?
Yeah.
That's
See, I
pretty dope, though.
was gonna stream this to my backup channel, but I'm on the wrong StreamYard, so hold on.
Damn it.
That's all good. We'll just do the main
Oh, it's the
channel.
news.
Ben's gonna
Okay.
get the viewers.
That's
Oh
a fire
shit!
background, dude. Fuck.
What a blessing.
That's a trip.
All right, man. We're live on my channel now, so we're just jumping in the middle of Benton's stream. So make sure you follow Benton at Benton JA668 or what is it? 668.
Yeah, 668.
But what were you guys talking about? Because I just got home from the store and I heard Wizard giving advice saying to invest in aluminum.
They were reading about the Trilateral Commission, right? Just put something out for like 2023. Basically they're officially kicking off the New World Order and deflating the dollar and going to, digital or whatever. They didn't specify what, but they talked about deflation. And then I asked, okay, there was kind of a lull. So I asked if any financial guys out there, if you had liquid assets, considering they're going to deflate the dollar, like we were talking about, if you have to use cash, there might be like a 5%, tax on it, basically right at the register that they might kick out to get rid of it. So my brain's like, okay, so if we aren't going to I could fight the system and use it, but if I had liquid assets, what should I invest in? And then Wizard said aluminum. And then I was asking him kind of deeper a little bit, like I get it on the surface, but I was wondering really if he knew of something coming down the pipe where like there was an aluminum shortage or something like that, where it was going to be a better commodity. And that's kind of where you came in.
Currently, aluminum shares are up 20%.
Oh, shit.
I ain't no dummy, guys.
No, I'm not saying you are. Yeah, that's a fucking pretty phenomenal percentage, dude. What? Yeah, I get it with all the electric stuff and heats. Just the manufacturer. I totally get it. Dude, we were throwing 50-pound heat sinks in our LED lights. Like I 100% understand the aluminum is a big, everything literally from the LED back is almost all aluminum. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, they're even, somebody mentioned they're replacing lead wires for electrical units with aluminum.
Yeah, that they've used aluminum. I've just and I don't know, new tech's always coming out. They probably have a new formulation, but aluminum gets brittle when it gets used. So I'll be interested to see how they've accomplished getting around that. In electricity, that's what it's like house wiring.
Lone wolf,
dude, that
baby.
is such a sick freaking mask.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we're live on Chalk Body Outline now, I do believe.
Yeah, and
Still,
I don't see any chat.
Hey, Drew, how do I stop how do I stop streaming to my audience?
Okay, you have to click that top right where it'll show your avatar, and then click the trash can remove button. And just shout out to my chat. I usually do this on my backup channel, Get Chalked Up. I didn't realize I was on the wrong StreamYard, but so make sure you subscribe to the backup if you like this kind of panel content. I normally keep it on there. What about the futures of like silver? I know there's a lot of like silver stackers out there. Any of you guys into that?
I am. If I could ever manage to actually keep some after I buy it, I invariably end up selling it back. That's the typical
Right.
American, right? No savings,
Right.
Maybe I have savings for some period of time, but yeah, I can't give financial advice, but in my view, I think obviously gold and silver would be good commodities to have for the future, I would think.
Especially with the devaluation of the dollar, everything's going to, well, we talked about the other day, the BRICS nations. What is it? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South America.
South Africa, yes, sir.
South Africa, yeah.
Well, I only knew because we had to look it up. But
That's
yeah,
what I meant
South
to say.
Africa.
I actually said the wrong thing.
Yeah, no problem.
And then
So-
they got a bigger market share of the world's entire world's GDP than the United States dollar. So now they want to get on, do their big transactions through their own countries through some type of version of a digital yuan.
Yeah, I need to look more into that. It sounds like you've researched it. a little more thoroughly since the last time we discussed it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Right on.
TBE's he's on a spiral now.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, I wanted to get the skinny on that. What happened to tinfoil?
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Talk shit to him in the Discord, and he couldn't handle it. He spiraled out, saying the same type of shit that he says, and then all of a sudden it was, oh, we went too far. We went too far. It's me and Legend. We're giving him shit.
Well, this has happened. This has happened before, so
he'll
be back.
Regular occurrence.
Yeah. How does he come back? Is he all sheepish or?
It's like always happens. So he just comes back.
Well, I've done that. I've done that myself too. So.
He's mad because I talk shit about a kid that he doesn't even have. Chill the fuck out, dude. Obviously, it's a joke. We love you, Toilet Bowl Earth.
Goodness.
I love you. I love you, baby. Shit.
Oh man.
He says the same things.
Can we
about
get a
his own
wowie?
Want to jump in? You want to jump in, Toilet Bowl Earth, and we can squash the beef once and for all.
Yeah, come on down. That'd be cool.
People love the drama.
Well, this is not Toilet Bowl. This is Rob Cleveland, but yeah. Hopefully he comes. Who knows? Probably working.
Yeah, probably. I wanted to ask Cam, are you getting big views on your new video that you put out about you confronting the police or whatever?
It's hard to say. I wouldn't say big. The shorts that I put out 3 weeks ago picked up steam. They're like at 400 something thousand right now. I don't really understand that. And then the last, I don't understand, dude. It's weird, but big enough. I mean, I have enough of like a group now. I'm starting to get people that are into it. I got my 1,000 Trails haters. I got my cop haters. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's
the only thing I saw, Kim, and this is something I say about a lot of them.
Yeah.
Anybody that's in these audits, keep the cussing out and be as respectful as possible.
For what's worth, I thought about you when I did that. I mean, not you specifically, but it was, even though I did it, I was aware. I agree.
The language and the words that we use, specifically if we express them with that equity that we're looking for, that peace that we're looking for, that love, then we get that in the effect. If you seek equity, you must first bring equity. Same thing.
Yeah.
So, and that's the only, other than that, you brought good information and they were just being dumb, and I can see people getting triggered by that kind of reaction. I do.
I mean, dude, I would have been way worse had I not got to interface with you guys. I mean it when I say my stress level is lower just in general, and it's great. And I just encourage anyone that's got hesitation to put yourself out there, because the feedback you're going to get from this community, even if there's shit talkers and trolls, man, it's only going to help you if you use it right.
Yeah, all you shit talkers out there help me realize it's nothing but a big hazing session. You don't really mean it. You're just fucking playing games, right, Cam?
Yeah, I mean, and if they do mean it, who cares? They don't even know who you are, so who cares what they've like conceived in their brain if they're off on some left field thing hating you, like it's
love to God, huh?
Yeah, exactly, man. You get it. And it's like Wizard, it's part of, dude, it's all of it. Like, and there's more respect in the end. Big time. Dude.
That's one of the things I try to explain to Jack. We all know Jack, and we all know the trials and tribulations I put him through. I'm one of his hardcore fucking step on his toes motherfuckers. I don't like him much at all. I love him, but I don't like him. And, it's those kind of people. And I've told them before, if we get through this and we end up being friends, we're going to be some of the best of friends because of that. So think about it. I don't hate it all. It's part of the regime, and I know it's hazing for most cases, and I can deal with it, but I generally just let it go. So I yield.
Benton's showing the new Chem Before the Storm. Would you consider this an audit? I don't think you went there intentionally to audit
I
it, though,
didn't go
did you?
there intentionally. I mean, if you want to play like the first 2 minutes, I kind of give the quick synopsis, gives a couple high points, and then I just talk about it. I can tell you. Basically, I went to file motions. I mean, I don't know what you want. Benton, tell me what you want. I can shut up or I can tell you.
Well, what?
And you
I'm guessing they're
what stood
basically
out-
saying you can't record. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I went there to file motions. I didn't bring my phone in with me. I literally just went in. I was going to file them. I knew the prosecutor was there. I was just going to hand them to her. I did it last week or a couple weeks ago. No problem. I go in and do it again. This security guard that you see right here, as I walk back down the hallway behind him, he starts yelling at me, and her door is right there and it's open. So as I get to her door and I go, "Excuse me," he's yelling at me. And so I'm like, "What?" He goes, "You can't go back." He's freaking out because he's trying to be like her personal fucking security guard. And I go, anyway, there's a short exchange, and I drop him on the floor. I go, "Here, these are hand delivered." I drop him on the floor. I walk out. I try not to cause a scene, but I'm kind of asking him, like, "Dude, what are you fucking jacking me up for?" He gets all crazy. I say, like, "Dude, I'm just here to file some stupid motions on cops," and he like loses it on me. This isn't on film. He's like, "Oh, stupid cops, oh, fuck you, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Dude, what? Like, you're not even a cop." So I go back to my car, get my phone, and that's when I come back and do what you see right here. And all I did is walk in super peacefully because I wanted to get him. This wasn't even an audit at this point. I wanted to get him on film saying I was trespassed from a public building. And I'm like, then I did fall into the First Amendment auditor thing. It was just already like game on instead of going into C. Because I'm like, yeah, all the classic, this is public property. I have, I can film what I can see, blah, blah, blah. Cops show up and they instantly, it's just like the other thing. They didn't like try to arrest me, but they instantly just treat me like I've already broken a law. And we go back and forth. It's actually about 2 hours. I cut a lot out of this. But in the end, I got them to admit I was fucking right, that this guy's a chode. I walked through the building with my phone after they told me I could, but then we're like still saying like, "Yeah, but this, but that." I'm like, "Okay, then I'm going in right now. Fucking let's go." Open the door, and it's like that's the end of the video. Is me like, them trying to pull the administrative order. I'm like, that's not an ARS. I mean, it is. I'm going over it, but it's really, I'll be honest, it's worth watching. Like I cut out the small talk, so it's really just pretty much me the whole time. If you're into this shit, I'm not saying it's like the greatest movie, but if you're into audits at all, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I pulled some shit out of my ass that I'm surprised. Like he tried to quote right here. I'm like, "What ARS?" He goes, "ARS 13." Well, blah blah blah, and I'm like, I just happen to know because I'm working on this shit. I know the ARS. Like, dude, ARS 13 is like saying the penal code. It's literally the whole criminal code. So that's what I tell him. I'm like, what specific law am I breaking? ARS 13 is the whole damn penal code. Like, and it's like just shit like that where you realize they throw stuff out every day and people are like, "Oh my God, ARS 13. It's like, but when you look at their sign, it's a fake sign. It doesn't even have a specific law on it. Like, it's just funny shit. So
look how much bigger Chem is than this guy and all the other cops. I didn't realize you were that big, Chem.
I mean, I try to tell you guys, dude, I feel like I'm prejudiced against, and I'm not even a huge guy. It's just because I fought, so I know I kind of carry myself. There's just a walk to somebody that's been in MMA, and like I can see it in other people. Like even if you try not to do it, you have an athletic. Even though I'm old and I'm broken and my back's fucked up, I know when I walk into everywhere I walk in, dude, every restaurant, every motherfucker looks at me and sizes me up, and I don't see them do that when other men walk in the room. And I've just learned to like wear a hat, try not to be a big old skinhead, bald. Not that I'm a skinhead, but being old, shaving my head, and just who I am. It's people draw that inference. So yeah, I know, man.
Oh yeah, especially in today's times with what's going on all over the TV with all the
Yeah, exactly.
racism on TV and shit.
Exactly. Fucking racist.
I hear myself talking. That's always great.
Well, you're not echoing to us, for what it's worth.
Yeah, somebody's got it playing or something. It's on a delay.
Dead air? What's going on here?
The dead
I
air
feel
is
like
a
I've talked too
meditation.
much.
Oh, you're back on the mic.
Indeed. Yeah. I had just had a meal there. Appreciate every time Kim's on, I know I'll at least be able to take a break. So I appreciate that, Kim.
Shut the fuck. No, I know.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
I know. Hey, man, I'm trying to at least get some horsepower on the ground this time.
You're doing it. Yeah. I'm going to go check that video out for sure. And his channel, if maybe somebody will drop the link, Kim Before the Storm is the channel. If anybody wants to go check him out. Drew's covered him quite a bit, so you're probably pretty well known over there in CBO land. And apparently there's amends are being made in the live chat, possibly, but I saw Drew had apologized. I don't know that it was
I don't know.
accepted or
Come on
not.
up, PBE.
If he wants to come up,
No,
we
he's
can talk
working.
about. I talked shit about his kid being mixed race, even though he doesn't have a kid. And now he's all like super butthurt about it. The guy that says anything to anyone, he'll cross any line. I barely said anything, and now he's all super butthurt.
Well, we don't even really consider you white, do we, Drew? I mean,
Well,
come on.
I'm not. Well, I'm
Well, see,
halfway.
there
Are you Italian?
No, I'm half Mexican.
Oh, okay.
I'm a wop, half wop.
Wop.
Yeah, so it's not like you're coming from some like Aryan race purity standpoint or something, you know?
Right.
So, I'm not insulting Drew here. It's just, I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
involved.
EBT brought up a good point, though. They say this shit all the time. Drew, I don't think you were here, but I brought up how the Trilateral Commission just came out with a statement, and they said that 2023 is the kickoff of the NWO, and we were reading from the article, and then you hopped on. But yeah, they say this shit all the time. A different group, different agency, they're always saying this shit. So 2020 was it? With the CV19er, it's like, I don't know.
Shout out to Pineal Power, by the way.
Was that I see it. I pulled up the link. Trilateral Commission, calls 2023 year one of New World Order.
But then they're using the angle of trying to say that it was like an unnamed participant or whatever. But if you guys remember when Alex Jones and that Daniel Estulin and then that old guy they were all covering Bilderberg. I forget the guy, some old man that passed away. That was always the deal, was that, years ago, they would supposedly, somebody on the inside would, filter the information out to the journalists. And now it's just like more or less the mainstream media articles now. It seems like they've kind of adopted that style of, it's under the auspices of like, well, we don't know who said this, but it was, somebody at the meeting or whatever. But, obviously the, whatever force is behind all this, wants that out in the media for whatever reason. Kind of like the what was it, like the WEF? They even tweeted, didn't they tweet like you will own nothing and you will be happy recently?
Yeah.
So to me it's kind of like that sort of thing.
Yeah, they want it. They want people, they want it in the collective, mind, whatever you want to call it, the hive mind, pushing it and then manifesting it, literally materializing it into existence. So
I was gonna share the screen, but I'm on Brave. I always forget, and I come on the Brave browser, and then it's gonna crash eventually.
Ah, dang it!
But yeah, it does discuss here. It says members discuss China, middle powers, and Chat GPT meeting in India. So I see kind of a disconnect from these truthers that a lot of them, I see them talk about these powers that be, whatever you call them, military industrial complex, has technology 40, 50 years in advance. Some people will claim even 100 years in advance. And then you look at what they're giving you today on the consumer level as far as with the generative AI, you've seen it grow by leaps and bounds just in the past month or two, and the Chat GTP type things like that and everything like that. But then they never go back and extrapolate that now 40 to 50 years in the past and say, if they're giving you this now, you know what I'm saying? Like you forget that they've probably had these things forever. So then you got to look back in the history now and say, are any of these things possibly written by like a Chat GTP? Like possibly we talk about the the manifesto written that they attribute to Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber. It's like, how is it written so good? It's possible that the whole thing is written by a chat GTP type program.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about that myself, actually.
Totally. That's a great point.
Yeah, for them to kind of like write the basically the Bible to the anti-technology type people that will come in the future, and then an AI writes it, and then they can just assign an actor, whatever, to portray that role.
And I think you could kind of, go ahead.
No, go.
I was gonna say, it's just like, it just says what I was saying earlier. Like, ChatGPT does 80-90% of the work, and then they personalize it, and they're able to put shit out that to us looks fucking impossible. Because, dude, it's crazy. I mean, you just rang a huge bell. I know it's there, and it was, but like, I don't think about that.
And then how much of everything you see as far as like wokeness, transgender agenda, all this type of stuff is created. What we used to blame as like those NGOs or whatever, Trilateral Commission, stuff like that, think tanks, it's how much of it is written by AI to achieve whatever goal they program in. In the end, if they want, let's say, civil war, it does seem to me they want that, then they program in this thing, hey, bring us to a civil war in 40 or 50 years or whatever.
Shit, 4 or 5, but yeah.
Well, I'm saying if they had it way back then, it's
a
real slow,
I know. Yeah.
Slow burn to it.
Talking about like sentient world simulation type kind of thing.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Right.
And it does go like Farmer. I think he dropped out, but he was saying it earlier how like he felt that ChatGPT had quote left leaning or whatever. And I would just say like, I don't know if I'd say left, but just what you're saying. They'll put in an agenda and it'll just recommend a few right words. It's not even like it's gonna let you're not even gonna see it. It's not obvious. It's just a word repeated generally across the whole like spectrum of literature, and all of a sudden it, dude, it's deep. I shouldn't even talk out loud right now because it's so deep. I'm gonna fucking just spurred.
Music Hold the Secret in the chat says they've been using AI actors, trannies, green screen forever. I agree with that. And then the reason that I think they're pushing that so hard and so fast right now, the reverso man to woman and all that, is because I think if they can get you to accept that a man can just one day, the next day, become a woman, or vice versa, if they can get you to believe that, then they can get you to believe anything. It's kind of like the litmus test to see how far they got you.
On the two-spirit penguin.
Well, that I do believe it's some of that, like you're talking about the Native American concept of like a two-spirit.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I think everyone had that fruity cousin when you were little. There's just certain people that are like that.
Well, I'm sure they had the two spirit, but what I like to point out is, the two spirit, they don't get to hang out with the men folk. They sweat with the ladies. They're not coming on the hunt. So I mean, they're effectively
they're
a
looming.
female.
They got to stay home and loom.
That's right, man. They're effectively a female. So it's like, you can say that they had two spirit in their culture or whatever, but it wasn't considered to be a man. The women weren't able to take on the status of a man necessarily. So, what are we even talking about at a certain level? But people don't look into it. People don't examine those topics. So it just gets, two spirit, of course.
Yeah, well, they don't. I think they generally believe that the woke people generally believe that the man and woman are equal and can do the same things. Because they don't think about it, obviously, right? They just think, oh, yeah, I'm equal. But a totally different thing.
So let's prove equality and let's have a biologically female world chess champion. Except it's literally impossible. Can never happen. Because a biological female cannot produce enough hormones to defeat the best males at such a competition, even though it's not a physical competition. It cannot be done.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that with the chess the other day, and I was just like, man. I was amazed that no one else had brought that up. We talk about the men, women. It's just like, I'm like, dude, that is to the point. Like, fucking, it ain't even about your upper body strength now. Like, you're getting to fundamental.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a great. I just hadn't heard that from anyone but you, and I was like, damn.
You're never gonna have the best. The best poker player in the world will never be a biological female. It's just not going to happen. They cannot produce enough hormones to defeat to become the best versus all the men. It's biological. So same thing with women. There's a lot of shit they're way better at than we are. I think Drew could probably tell you that. It's a lot of things they are much better than us. And why would I even attempt to compete with a woman on those levels? To me, it doesn't even make sense. The same with
Yeah.
why would I? But by the way,
that's
there's
why I
plenty of real quick. There's plenty. I'm talking about best of the best. By the way, there's plenty of badass women who can outdo men at a lot of things that men are good at. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being that top dog. It's always going to be a man. It's just how it is. So we can't reach equality, in those ways. But why would we want to be equal? To me, that's the crazy part. Like, why would, because the things that women are really good at, why would I want to be their equal in those spheres? Like, I just don't even understand it, like where it's even coming from.
So
Other than, destruction of society. But go ahead, Wizard.
Well, not destruction of society, but maybe a return to what society once was before the feminist movement, where they gained all these supposed rights that are false. Again, the scriptures tell us that we are not created equally. And women and men both in this feminist movement have to realize that. We're not created equally. There are tasks for each of us. Again, the scripture tells us the woman is to stay home and teach the children. That woman, at the same time she's supposed to teach the children, is supposed to get her education from the husband of the house. It's known as placing your houses in order. You're going to pay attention to his house in his tent, meaning intent. Then you have to spread his intent in your house, even if it's just a tent.
Sounds good to me, but it seems like society is very far away from
very
those
much
ideas. But I like the way that you put that. That was very well communicated. I had never quite thought about it in those terms.
Yeah, well, Jesus traveled around in tents. Think about that for your intent.
Yeah, I do like the nuances of the language. I certainly appreciate.
Yeah, that's cool.
What do you think, Drew?
I think it's all about the man and woman being, separate, having separate skill sets, but then joining together in one household and they complete each other, right?
Absolutely. And sum is greater than their parts or whatever that cliche is.
Exactly.
I really do believe that what the output, the combination is much stronger than the people individually.
And I don't know that all people are meant to have those kinds of partners.
No, every man hath not the same office, as the Bible says.
Yeah, some are meant to be whores.
Have you guys heard the statistic that only 40% of men don't get to breed throughout history? Or is it 60%? Yeah, only 40% of men get to breed in historically.
Well, that's based on the idea that a lot of men raise children that are not theirs, but they believe are.
Well, I'm actually even going towards men having sex. Like, there's always been a majority incel community that we just haven't historically recognized. Like, basically, some of my crack on the internet right now is like the dating shows for the millennial-ish. Like, there's that one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, Marvin or whatever, and basically it's like high value man, high value woman, and he talks about like what a high value man. It's just like checking feminists, why women are unhappy. They want a man that's going to take care of them, that will protect them. It's pretty basic. And men want a woman that's not going to argue, that's going to give him peace and raise his children in the right way. Like, it really boils down to that. And men that have the assets for that can demand women act a certain way, or really the way they should act, which is being taken care of and having a man that'll die for you to protect you. And in return, you are faithful to him. You don't cuck him, and you bring peace. You're not You're not like, women aren't there to challenge. That's kind of where I get away from the equal. It's not like, and it's like, you think what Benton was talking about, like a woman just cannot and should not try to be on that level. It's always going to be an adversarial relationship when a man and a woman try to be like equal like that.
Well, and I think a lot of times in today's modern terms and conditions of marriages, we have a lot of situations where they don't work out, or we end up with children premarital, and those relationships don't work out. And then we end up with a dad with a woman that already has children trying to take care of somebody else's children. And that turns on to the fighting and separation itself. It itself is a point of destruction of a family. Like I said, with the lion tribes, naturally a male comes onto a female and wants to mate, but that female already has cubs. He generally kills the cubs. He wants those children to be his, so there's a lot of things you got to think about in the course of nature. But again, like I said, not everybody I think is meant to be married in such a fashion.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, yeah.
Hey, Benton, real quick, can you kick me? My Brave browser has died, and then I'll come right.
Yep, we kicked Drew. He'll be back shortly. I was just reading the chat, catching up with the chat. We got some. So I wanted to respond to one of these comments. I think it's kind of funny. It said, it says, and you never know. It's hard for me to tell if this is sarcastic or not, but he said, we need to earn sex as men. If a male is an incel, it's 100% his fault. Well, I grew up in a time warp in Southeast Arkansas. I was born in 1975, but it was like 1955. And believe it or not, I didn't do anything other than just be my normal, just live my life. And girls more or less made themselves available, believe it or not.
And I heard
did
you talk about
absolutely
that.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you, and I agree with you. Like, I didn't realize how easily I got women when I was young. And I do think it's just to keep it real, Ben, I think it's our intellectual attractiveness. Like, just in looking at it, like it's stimulating for a woman. Because I didn't try, and hearing you talk, it's the same way. I never to be fair, yeah.
Well,
but yeah, go ahead.
The point I was making was more about the feminism, that this was, in the environment I grew up, we had very little feminism. It was basically, there was some in the larger culture, but it didn't really exist, in my local world. And the fact is, these girls wanted a boyfriend. And then, the boy, me, wanted a specific thing. So it ended up being an exchange at some level, because it's like, okay, I can, the society is somewhat tolerant of me, like claiming to have a girlfriend, and then we're not supposed to be having these relations, but everybody kind of knows what's going on to some extent, right? Like, it was a lot different. Things have changed rapidly in the male female interpersonal, especially romantically. It's just it wasn't that long ago in this country that a guy didn't have to jump through all these hoops just to try to like have a wife or a girlfriend. Like, it just wasn't that big of a deal. But and I think, to Kim's point, some of us maybe just had to put out less effort. But again, I'm from Arkansas, so it's like it's not a very high bar to clear. But as far as seeming intelligent or whatever, but it was just normal. It's like, oh, I'm a boy, she's a girl. Like, there's some level of nature taking its course. I think a lot of that's just out the window now. It's like a lot of this propaganda has been put into these people's brains, where it's like an act of Congress just for a younger guy to even have a girlfriend or a wife. What do you think, Drew?
I think they make it harder because they make it harder to make a real living nowadays. The jobs pay so low and everything like that. They're kind of steering people, I think, into the incel culture. And then there's so much of I think MGTOW kind of feeds into that.
Well, and the hookup. They're in,
Well, that's a big part of it too. See, I was too late for that, I think.
What about simp culture, though? I mean, got to take both into account, huh?
Yeah. I mean, part of the hookup culture is the simp culture because the women that are out there hooking up had historically been undesirable women.
Well,
like historically, men don't want women that are whores, and a whore is basically a woman that's had sex with more than 2 or 3 men. I mean, historically. I know that sounds crazy nowadays.
Hookup
Really more than
culture
one man at one time. But yeah, go ahead.
is women mimicking male sexual behavior, even though it's not their
the
nature.
feminine.
Yeah,
It's
been flipped. The roles of who the catch is has been flipped with the sim culture. So they think that these women are of high value if they have a body like an Instagram thought. That's really all they care about. Where realistically the man is the catch and of the higher value if he's got his stuff together.
Well, but then that's how Kim started this conversation, was talking about somebody in their name is like high status. So a lot of what this pickup artist culture is, and I studied it extensively, and I actually did a podcast, and I've written extensively. So I actually have some, not standing necessarily, but was involved in this years ago. And, it's actually teaching men how to mimic these behaviors, how to exhibit, especially the body language of a so-called high status man, which hilariously, it actually does work, whatever that means. Like, people do respond to that sort of thing, but, the fake it till you make it, that's only really going to get one so far, obviously. But, and then it depends on what somebody's looking for. If you're trying to get married and have a family like Drew has, I don't know that that's necessarily the way to do that. But, what do y'all think? I keep knocking my camera over.
Only 33 in the chat on my side. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there. I know Paul and Slave's going live soon. Usually when I'm running solo, I shut it down in deference to the start of his broadcast. But I will say here that once Drew combines the streams, I usually just ride it out and, let it take its natural course.
I think too, because I have the panels mostly on that other backup channel.
I think so. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Like the people that are more into that, they might not be into this on the main channel.
Yeah, it's funny how you kind of got your own culture going even between your own two channels, because it was 105, I think we did the first day, and then it was like 90 the next day, and then this is the lowest, even though it's the main channel.
We got Jason in the house. Holy cow, Jason! How was the Archaics meetup? Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm bad. If I was any good at that, I'm not.
I think you guys, you got a good thing going here, but
sounds like Richie from Boston.
Well, I am the same person, actually. In case you didn't notice, yeah.
Yo. Yeah, I'm still shocked by that meetup thing that Archaics did, and then he had the people bringing their kids there. That's what shocked me, is people would bring their children to even without even like the sex offender and all that. Wouldn't you be bored out of your fucking mind if you were a kid and brought to some shit like that?
Well, hell, they took me to Jehovah's Witness conventions my whole fucking life. I mean, you just a kid, really ain't got a choice.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Well, now they all got screens, so just imagine if I could have had a fucking pocket computer for all those Jehovah's Witness meetings. I don't think the kids even care at this point, just as long as they got their phone.
Got a game. I've seen little at the grocery store, like tiny little kids, like maybe under 2 years old, and it's probably not their phone, but they'll be playing a game on their mom's phone or something. And then if the mom takes it away from them, they chimp the fuck out.
Yeah, back when I waited tables, sometimes me and another server, we would have to come in like way before the restaurant opened and like do all the side work and stuff. It's a rotating schedule. You only had to do this every couple of weeks or whatever. But this was like early cell phone days, man. And my young female coworker was, I guess, some college chick, and she couldn't stay off her fucking phone, man, to get this. So I was like, I'm not doing all this work. So eventually I just like hid her phone. She lost her fucking mind. Like, I thought she was going to have a mental breakdown, dude, crying. And this was like 2012, probably. Yeah, dude. Like even way before like the apps weren't even good yet. She freaked
Yeah,
the
dude.
fuck out, man.
My oldest daughter, who should be 21 this month, believe it or not, but she, like, I don't know, like 5 years ago, she had to send her phone in to get repaired, or they repaired the screen or something. The phone was gone for like 2 days, and it was like withdrawals, like a druggie withdrawal or something. She was like, she didn't know what to do. Like seriously, I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, just go outside or something.
Well, yeah, and that's what I've been talking about with all this internet addiction, because I feel like I kind of have a leg up since I had a serious fucking internet addiction, man, right around the turn of the century. And I came out the other end of it, but a lot of these people, I don't think they really understand what in the world's going on. To some
The
degree.
addiction to the screen you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean with the internet. It's just, and at this point, that's really what the phone is, right? I mean, that is like the internet. It's a pocket computer with internet access. So yeah, I don't know that there's even a way for people. Like I knew I was internet addicted back then because, it wasn't everybody on a phone all day. This would have been, literally the year 2000, right? Early 2000s. So, I was actually aware of it after a while. I was like, wow, this is actually causing me problems like in my life and stuff. And like I said, I came out the other end of it, but I think a lot of these folks, they're just addicted to it. And that's just how it's going to be like the rest of their life. Probably won't even be viewed as a negative necessarily until again, you have to try to be without it for a few days, like your daughter. Right. And I didn't really care that the chick was on her phone. My thing was like, look, you clearly can't do your work and have the phone. So could you pretty please just put the phone away so we can get this done? Otherwise, I'm just leaving because there's like not even enough time to do it by myself. It's like it's got to be done quickly. It has to be. And, now with phones, I wouldn't even want to attempt to have just a regular job with like regular coworkers. Like imagine having to try to get some shit done. I don't know if you guys had problems with that when you worked at Costco or not. I'd never even thought about that actually till just now.
They were pretty strict about it. You couldn't have your phone up, but everyone still did, and that you'd catch them like they wouldn't be like on it though. They'd sneak a peek here and there though. You know what I mean? Because you could potentially get in trouble.
I think that's okay. Here and there's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like do your job as long as you can still do your job. This chick like couldn't do her job, and which that wasn't even the thing was how she got nuts when she couldn't find her phone.
Totally believe it. And it's going to just get worse and worse now too, because now, like you said before, the app. So it was the internet, right? And now everything's on apps. Now, eventually it's going to come down to, there'll be like one app for everything, which that's actually what Elon Musk talks about. He wants to create the everything app, that his X app, X.com, since he's owned that forever, targeted, in my opinion, specifically to Generation X. So we're the last generation, I think, that played outside. So it's probably most of the people in here consider Generation X, right? We're whatever that X stands for. I think we're targeted for that big change or whatever the last generation that played outside without electronics, really. They gave us we got the Nintendo when we were little tiny kids, and that's a totally different thing than the phone nowadays.
I see Wizard's back. I bet he's got some words.
Well, I was bobbing my head up and down because I'm very familiar with exactly what he's talking about, both in the computer and the cell phone area. My mom and dad both being agents, respectfully, for the government all their lives, had the access. Yeah. My mom worked for Social Security Administration for 27 years. Before that, she worked for the Ames Labs in Iowa at the college. And then my dad used to work for the government doing real estate appraisals.
Wow.
So being in those positions, they were privy to the first technological items out. So we had the top of the line computers as soon as they came out. And when I was in high school, I was the one that was helping the teacher show everybody how to build and program them. Then when the cell phone first came out, it was a brick. It was 2.5 pounds. It was put out by Motorola, I believe. And it was like $4,000. Yeah. A lot different today.
There was that giant push too at when would that have been? Probably the very early 2000s or the end of the 90s to get a computer in everyone's house, where they were basically willing to give you the computer for free. You paid for the computer up front, and then was like a mail-in rebate if you did this like 56K service or whatever would come with it. They'd almost pay for the entire computer for you to get these gateway computers and everything. The only reason I know that is because I worked at Comp USA during those years, and I went in there. I didn't know one thing about computers. I knew how to type from typing class, but I didn't know anything about computers. And I just like dove in, and now I do everything on a computer.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing where we've come from that day. I remember, like I said, building and programming these computers. We were programming with tape cassettes. You ain't even seen a tape cassette in how many years? That's like the 8-tracks. Remember those, Benton?
I do, yes. Terrible. Sounded
Drew,
god-awful.
you know what an 8-track tape cassette is?
I know what it is, yeah.
Surprising me. You surprised me. Of course, I shouldn't be. You're an intelligent young man, but most people wouldn't know what a...
Okay, in 8th grade, I remember a teacher showing me carbon paper, and I had never seen that before, and I was like, what?
Yeah. You know, today, many students in our public education system believe that the world was black and white before we had color TV. They think it was color TV that brought us a colored world.
That's hilarious. Who's playing?
What's
somebody's
this?
Playing something.
Oh, is he coming on?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop off anyway. I haven't been to sleep yet all night, so I
wouldn't want to keep you over here under those circumstances anyway, Wizard. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yep.
We're up to 45 now on the main channel.
77
Shout out to the chat.
combined.
It's pretty good.
I think this is Pineal's playing this. It's that's Paul Enslaved going live. And like I pointed out, I do have some crossover with my audience and Paul Enslaved. So typically I'd be
well, I figured you might end your live to watch it.
You know what? Usually I do.
Go ahead and wrap it up if you want to. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying, Pineal, is Drew's kind of got his own audience, and he's streaming us over on his.
They ain't here today though, so
Dark Body Outline. So that's the only reason I'm not shutting it down, Pineal. Just so you know, because otherwise I usually don't. Not that I would be competing with Paul necessarily. It's just I know a lot of the audience likes to go over there. So this is your.
Well, hey, I was just you didn't have to present it, so it's your channel, sir.
No, you're good. I was in the process of checking to see if he was live yet or not. Like I was literally doing that when you started sharing your screen. So, but when I get such little of Drew's time that I feel like I need to always need to try to take advantage as much as I can. I'm greedy, Drew.
Are you thinking about doing the early morning streams again or not yet?
Well, I'd love to. I'm in the motel is the problem. And although some of these people have been getting kind of rowdy, man, but yeah, I'll definitely be back to the early stuff as soon as I'm able to. And, with my finances, probably be looking at going back into employment at some point. Although I do have to now wait for the cannabinoids to clear my system. But, I have like no body fat now, so maybe it won't take too long.
Yeah, probably not.
A couple weeks maybe, but yeah. Yeah, definitely. I like the time slot, and not many people really take advantage of it. So I'm kind of out of necessity having to go more early morning into the, into the afternoon now. It's 12:20. I'm on Central.
As I said, we gotta do like a combined morning show.
Oh, I'd love it, man. Yeah, whatever.
Monday through Friday or something. I think that's where Jim Bob has a lot of success. Is that he's at a certain time every day. Monday through Friday or whatever, it's the same time. At least he's going to start. I think especially for people that you're working or whatever, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree, man. I would love to do. Yeah, you know me. I mean, I'm down for it. And then, yeah, we can talk about it. Whatever. I'll agree to anything at this point.
Right. Instead of like a weather breaks or go to the traffic, we can go to like. Oh, here's Oracle Bridget with the daily tarot card reading. It's your woo-woo. Morning woo-woo.
Man, I
or
love all
whoever.
that. Dude, I love all that stuff. And there's actually some ladies about, there is a decent amount of your audience
Yeah,
also.
when O'Shea's not running them off, right? Brian, no shame.
You see, he threw him a curveball last time, though. See, they just assumed that he was about to go hard in the paint, and then he laid back, and they didn't know how to react. Did you notice that?
That's true.
He's changed up his tactics.
They still left, though. They knew how to react. They all left.
A couple of them stuck around for me. But yeah, Jessica intelligently got out of there. But yeah, I thought that was funny. I was so out of it. A week and a half of being more or less stoned the whole time.
Smiley says set up a Streamlab so people can donate. Well, we got the super chats over here. I think maybe he's talking to you.
Well, I'll tell you this, Smiley. I need to this thing needs to start paying for itself. I'm up to the costs are starting to rise.
You should at least be paying for the StreamYard, which is $25 a month. You need to at least cover that.
I'd like to go up a little higher than that. I'd like to go.
Well, yeah, obviously, but
you know what I mean. I want to get that $49 tier if I can.
That's so much, man.
It's just money, brother.
I know there's people. He was talking about how there's people out here that hate on the StreamYards. I like it actually. I prefer it over the OBS, to be honest.
God, I went back to OBS recently, and I like some aspects of it, but it's just terrible. Yeah, it's terrible.
Unless you're trying to do some elaborate stream like Dr. Disrespect, where he's got the insane transitions, he's got all these different scenes. Like he's in a Lamborghini in one scene, and then he's in the locker room in another scene. He's literally standing up or sitting down, depending on where this. If you're just doing this, I mean, this is more than enough. Like I said, I was running it the last few days on a $60 Chromebook. You know what I mean? It can't even run an OBS.
Well, exactly. Yeah, there's something to that for sure. The the lower investment in the hardware, but then I think the OBS is probably great once the person is an expert, but that's a long, because you've used it a lot and you're probably not even an expert.
Not even close. There's a big learning curve to it.
Exactly. And I'm pretty good with computers and technology, and I worked in IT and in computers and all that, and dude, I've looked at it and been like, I know I can learn to use this thing, but it's going to be some time invested. I do like that I can sort of decide what settings to use for audio and all of that. But the StreamYards, if you can just deal with whatever it serves up, I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I totally agree with all these new apps that come out and stuff don't even work. This thing actually works. It saves the recording for you. That's nice too. You can come in and make your little clips or whatever.
Yeah, and then I don't
see.
know
That's what you need to do. You need to go in and like have little
know.
clips you're pushing out every day. So do your stream and then push out 2-3 clips, the little highlights or whatever.
Dude, I've already got I'm remembering things now that I'm like, I wouldn't have any idea how to go back and find that. There's just too much. But what I need to do is every day I need to be making, like time codes and
exactly. Like, yeah, right. When something happens, just write a little time code on a scratch paper or something.
Yeah. And I'm disciplined with all that stuff. It's just I'm not there yet, but I would like to. And again, me and Dick were talking about this earlier, like, dude, I would love to be able to support myself from live streaming, but I don't, I'm not counting on it, but it'd be great. And I like working on my abilities. And part of that has been sort of trying to fit into a new time slot where, physically and mentally, I'm not really ready versus, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., I'm, locked and loaded. So, I like branching out and working on my skills. And I know you're much the same in that. I've certainly seen that your abilities were already high level and they've gone up even higher. Drew hates compliments, by the way. So that's just me speaking for myself, but yeah.
Quit simping.
Well, yeah. And that's the thing is sometimes people think I'm kissing up to Paul and Slade, but I'm like, well, actually, if anybody can claim ownership, it's going to be Drew, but I'd like to think I'm kind of out here doing my own thing also.
They're talking in the chat. I guess the StreamYard takes way less percent wise. That's why they're saying set up the Streamlab or whatever link.
Yeah.
YouTube takes 30% of any super chat membership, anything like that. And then Carrie in the chat says that she get a PO box, which I went to get a PO box the other day because I want it for other stuff also. And then they didn't have any available at the one by my house.
That happens. Sometimes.
Yeah, because I talked to him a few weeks ago and they had some and I didn't have a second ID that they needed. So then I had all my stuff together and I went there to get it. And then they were like, yeah, we don't have any. So I'm definitely going to get one. I just got to wait until they get one at the one by my house.
Yeah, I would totally get a PO box. The donations I've received so far have been people have just sent me like a code for an Amazon gift card, which is as good as
tight.
cash. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm very grateful that that's happened. But I would at least like to get, like I said, get the thing where it at least pays for itself, and then because I don't know if I'm even going to be able to work. Honestly, man, we're going to see, but. It's gonna be interesting what happens with old Benton. So I might have to be on here 24 hours a fucking day just to like be able to eat. You know what I mean?
Ready Player One Loyalty Center. That's what it is.
God bless America. But yeah, again, if whatever, I'm down for whatever, man. So just let me know. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Yeah, and Smiley's talking about too that buy me a coffee and all that, and that the YouTube isn't guaranteed. It's true. You could have $1,000, $2,000 pending. And then YouTube could just pull the plug on your channel, and then you just lose all that money that's pending.
Yeah.
His panties are in a bunch still.
Well, he's right. But again, I don't.
Well, we got a link up if you guys want to come up. Anybody?
It's tough to get Drew's time sometimes. So.
We're treading water until you come up, Toilet Bowler. We're waiting for you.
That would push it over 100 combined if we got him in here. Get a room, ladies. God damn. All right, that's enough love fest, I guess. But yeah, I guess we'll get out of here unless you've got something else, Drew.
Well, not really, because the views ain't going up, man. We got 42 only. But I'll probably, what's today? Today's Thursday already. Tomorrow, I think I'll talk a little bit on my own stream about what I've been looking into a lot this week is those goetic seals and how they relate to the emojis. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Just what you've covered in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to kind of talk about that. Basically, talk about demons and bring it more schizo. Make conspiracy schizo again, 2023. I think it's right down that.
Yeah, I love all that stuff. So
yeah, it's getting too watered down, too sanitized out here. Got to bring it back to the schizo-verse.
Well, we did 4 hours total, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, man, we're good.
All right, man. Everyone go to Paul's. That's where Benton will be. Go hop in over there.
I might call in potentially, depending on what's going on. Last time I dropped in, like some guy was just like telling some low energy sob story, and it was just like I just listened for like 45 minutes. There was nothing for me to say,
What's this mic you got going on? Is this like a mic for a camera?
Yeah. I'll show you what. I blew up that other one. I blew out the other mic.
Are you getting willing? Not a theory, but as a friend, sports. I'd like to try and help as a friend. Relationships and families are very important to me.
Hey, I got to mute you real quick, Pineal. But yeah, this is actually my Drew. This is my portable setup. It's just a little boom mic it's a portable mixer. So I just started using it. I actually like it better. I think I might just keep rolling with this. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna roll with this. But
I'm on this $20 USB lapel mic again. I kind of like it.
Sounds good. Also, yeah. Sometimes it's funny how you just have to try a lot of different things out and figure out what works. But sometimes those $high fancy mics, if you're not in an actual studio, are not the way to go. I found.
Right.
But
all right, man. Well, I guess let's shut it down, and I'll go.
Well, if you're gonna
my kids, I guess.
Yeah.
We're napping. I hear them up now.
My normal audience, they don't like it if I've got them accustomed to I play them a song on the way out. So I'll probably wait till you drop off because I don't want to do the copyright infringement.
All right, man.
All right, man. Peace out, brother.
Yeah, peace out.
Yep. There goes Drew. I'm still trying to figure out what these icons are at the top. Like,
peace out, Drew.
How do I know who I'm? That's you, right?
Yeah, I just had a funny. Was my feedback bad? You got feedback on.
Your audio's fucked up, Pineal. Anyway, I'm about to play some copyrighted music there, sir. Just so you know. So if you don't want that, you might want to drop off. But if you don't mind
Oh, what are you going to drop the stream?
Yeah, I'm wrapping up, but I'm going to play a song because the regular audience is used to me playing an outro song. That last time I failed to do that, they noticed. But I don't know if
Yeah,
you're
I got hit
monetized.
with a spam, scam, and deceptive practice thing on Pineal Power. That's why I've been on this other channel. But
Oh shit, that doesn't sound good.
so I don't know if that's from playing copyright like stuff or what.
Well, if it's just audio and you're not monetized, it doesn't seem to have any effect on anything, as far as I can tell.
That's what I thought. It's like, man, I'm not even making a penny off of YouTube. So how am I?
Well, how many
engaged in
subscribers do you
spams?
have?
300, not much more than you, 4 or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 400
it's hard
something on one and 200 something on the other.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand where they're coming from with some of this stuff. All right, man. Well, I'm going to the music and I'm getting out of here. Thanks for
All right, peace
thanks for
and
being
love,
here,
Ben.
man.
Yeah, for sure.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
All right,
Have a great day, man. All right,
yeah,
take
you
care.
as well. Yep.
Get some sun.
Oh, yeah, I
Peace.
need it.
Yeah, me too. All right, everybody. Take it easy.
All right. I kicked him out. Yeah, see, this is about 17 left. Hey, appreciate everybody for riding along. Hope it was a good show. I think it went all right. Always cool to see Drew around. He's talking about doing a Monday through Friday show. Maybe that'd be cool. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Yes, indeed, toilet bowl, indeed. I do like the salty tinfoil, certainly. Uh-oh. Sorry about that.
In the dark, I'd like to read his mind, but I'm frightened of the things I might find. Oh, there must be something he's thinking of to tear him away. When I tell him that I'm falling in love, what does he say? Keep it down, down. This is scary. Oh, trash. Keep it down, down. This is scary. I try so hard not to get upset, because I know all the trouble I'll get. Oh, he tells me tears are something to hide and something to fear. And I try so hard to keep it inside, so no one can hear. Oh, stress, keep it down, down. This is scary. Oh, stress, keep it down, down. This is scary. Oh, stress, keep it down, down. This is scary.